Hello gang, welcome to the stream. This is the Adrel Show where 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we look at everything World of Warcraft gold making. Apologies for starting a little bit late today, as you guys can probably tell if you've been following the chat at all. I'm just trying to sort out some of the chat bots and things like that. Because we've got a really fun stream ahead for today. I'm actually really looking forward to this. We're basically going to be doing a complete beginner's guide to gold making. And as you can probably tell by my confused expression, it looks like we're still having a few technical issues that I'm just trying to sort out, especially because the camera is not censoring on me. Anyway, welcome to the stream, everyone. How's everybody doing? How's everyone's weekend? How's the gold making going, right? How are we all feeling? We're starting to get to the part of the expansion where there's a little bit of a lull. I think not next week, literally tomorrow, we have the 20th WoW anniversary event starting, and so I think there'll be a lot of fun stuff to do then. The anniversary event looks fun as heck, right? We'll be getting a 20% experience boost for all of our characters, so we can get back to leveling alts, which are super powerful for professions this expansion especially. And yeah, I mean, I think the event itself seems really fun. There's some cool mounts, there's some cool pets, there's some transmog. I'm really excited for the tier 2 revamp that they're doing. Right, if you guys have any idea what I'm talking about, but basically it's one of the most, I would say, the most memorable armor sets for most classes in the game, at least classes that existed back when Tier 2 was current content. And yeah, they're bringing them back with recolors and all sorts of fun stuff. So really looking forward to that, to be honest. But okay, let's get started here. So first and foremost, probably worth mentioning that we do have drops enabled. I should probably add that into the Twitch description here. Oh, okay, we're out of space on here, so that's not great. But yeah, essentially, if you guys sub for a month, as you can see from the text right above here. The vertical viewers have no idea what the heck I'm pointing to, but if you can see from the text up here, if you sub to my channel, you not only help me out and can help me replace my broken, janky headset, but you'll also get 3 months of Discord Nitro completely free. And you, my understanding is you don't need to use a paid subscription. You know, if you don't feel like my content's quite worth that much, you can go ahead and use your Twitch Prime. So if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can just check the little Prime box when you hit subscribe, and it won't cost you anything, but it really helps me out. So that's that out of the way. Do we have any other like housekeeping stuff, or can we go ahead and get going with things? I thought maybe we'd start like usual as we do on Mondays, which is usually we go through, you know, all the chores and the knowledge point things and stuff like that. But in all honesty, I'm at the stage where I kind of don't care anymore about doing that for all of my own characters. And I've said this before and I'll say it again, but I'm very much at the stage, especially now that we hit 40 million gold, I'm very much at the stage where me making gold for myself is sort of taking even more of a backseat than it was before. In that I really don't care about making that much more gold for myself, just because I'm already sitting at 40 million gold. I don't really have I'm not really doing much other than reinvesting it and making more gold off of it. So I'm very much at the stage where I'd much rather help you guys make more gold. Yeah, I've said it before. I know I've said that a bunch of times before, but I mean, is there any more proof in the pudding than the fact that I haven't really done the weekly stuff, like the weekly knowledge points and things like that for most of my characters. And instead today, we're not going to be doing any of that. And we're literally just going to be focusing on a complete beginner's guide to World of Warcraft gold making. So basically, if you are looking at how to get started with gold making, you know, if you don't have any profession set up, maybe you do have some profession set up and you're just not sure, you know, you're not making a lot of gold with it, and you decide you want to start over with an alt, or, you know, you're just looking to start over fresh. I thought this could be kind of useful to people, even if they have made a little bit of gold or whatever. You know, sometimes it helps to just start over from the fundamentals. I know that explaining these things on stream have definitely helped me out, because a lot of times, even though I'm doing this day in and day out, I've made more than 10 million gold so far this expansion, right? We hit 40 million gold last week. Right, despite all of that, I feel like sometimes recapping just the very basics really helps crystallize those concepts or those ideas in your mind. And so, yeah, even if you do, even if you've already gotten started on your gold making journey, you maybe have a little bit of gold or whatever, I would recommend stick around. You may still learn something, or sometimes just recapping some of the concepts and how the new profession systems work and so forth can jog some ideas, come up with, maybe give you some ideas for new ways that you can make gold as well. Because we definitely have reached a stage of the expansion where it's starting to get a little bit harder to make gold, right? Profit margins have gotten even narrower than they were earlier on, and that seems to continue going. So I think in the weeks to come, that's sort of just going to continue, at least until we have the next major patch of the expansion. Sorry, guys, my foot is weirdly itchy, which is probably not the most fascinating thing, but anyway, welcome to everyone who's watching live. I see we got a couple people on Twitch. We got a couple people on YouTube. Drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Let me know, are you guys excited for this sort of a thing? I know someone on Discord was asking for this sort of a thing, right? A very bare bones, basic starter guide. And honestly, in looking around a little bit on YouTube, I didn't see much like that, at least specifically for the War Within. So I thought this could be interesting for anyone who's looking to get started with gold making. Anyway, enough starting off stuff. The first thing will be to give you guys a rough outline of what I've got in mind. We'll start off with going through some of the best add-ons that I think are super crucial. Now, I personally use, I think, something like 200 different add-ons in my regular WoW loadout. So it's always hard for me, especially on stream, to explain exactly which add-ons do what and sort of what they're useful for. But I narrowed it down. I'm not gonna lie, it was tough, right? I narrowed it down to 4 add-ons that I think are absolutely crucial for anyone to get started with gold making. All right, very, very simply. And so we'll go through those add-ons. I'll cover, how to get them set up, how they work with each other, and then deep dive into each of the specific add-ons. And for at any point during the stream, if you guys want to know, if you guys want links to those add-ons, you can just drop !addons into the chat, and you'll have the links pop up there for you. If you're watching the YouTube video later on, well, if you're watching the YouTube video, I'll have all of the add-ons linked down in the description. So, the reason I'm laughing is because I feel like every stream or so, I try and tell myself that this is going to be the stream that I actually edit down into a video. But this time I actually need to do it. And I need you as chat to hold me accountable, all right? If we don't have a video on the YouTube channel, and I'm not talking about a short, I'm not talking about a live recording, if I don't have an actual video, I need all of you guys to roast me in chat. Let's say on Friday's stream, all right? I feel like that gives me enough days. If by Friday's stream, where, by the way, we're doing a gummy pet giveaway on this Friday's stream. Last week, we didn't do it because we had some personal life commitments, and so I had to shift around the times. But this week, we will be live on Friday as scheduled, and we'll be giving away another gummy pet. Let me see, I think I have a little banner and things. There we go. Let's go ahead and put this on the vertical stream as well. There we go. So, the gummy pet, you can see it right over here if you're watching the horizontal stream, and up there if you're watching the vertical stream, right? The gummy pet, this is a pet that's only available to US-based customers. I was able to thankfully snag about a handful of codes for all of you guys. We gave away one on stream the week before last. Midro, I'm not sure if you're here in the chat with us, but Midro was the winner, and he redeemed it over the weekend as well, and was able to get it to work. So, yeah, definitely tune in on Friday if you're interested in winning that pet. If you want to get notified of when we go live on Friday, please subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube, follow. If you're watching on Twitch, and Twitch subs get 5 bonus tickets into the giveaway. So consider subbing as well. Not only will it help me out, but it'll also help you guys out because you have a higher chance of winning the pet. The other thing that's probably worth mentioning is the codes that I got are from a specific store. I can never remember which one in the States, but basically if you do win, you'll have a choice between the gummy pet, or if you're not much of a pet collector, if you care more about transmog, then there's also some limited edition tabards that, as far as we know, you can only get through this promotion. And again, it's only available to people who actually live in the US, or at least are like able to get to the US, because of the fact that basically you need to buy candy from specific stores in the US in order to be able to redeem them for the codes, which is unfortunate because, I mean, a lot of WoW players, I would go as far as saying the majority of WoW players do not live in the actual United States. I know I don't, so bit unfortunate that Blizzard did it that way, but hey, if you don't live in the States, or if you're not able to, buy things in the States, I'm your guy, all right? I got you. Anyway. Enough of that. Let's take a quick little break. And I promise I'm not trying to stall. The point is that I see here that Twitch is telling me that they're going to be running an ad in about 4 minutes. And I'd hate for us to start and then have an ad break things up for anyone who's watching live on Twitch, where I see there are a couple of people. See, there's a nice little handful of people watching us live on Twitch. Well, first of all, welcome. Second of all, thank you for tuning in live. Drop a message in chat if you are watching live. Okay, before that, I think I should probably just finish recapping or going through what we're going to cover on today's stream. So we'll start off with going through the add-ons. Like I said, I narrowed my add-on list down to 4 add-ons. I haven't logged in on this character yet with these add-ons, so we may have to enable some more later on, because I may just find the game literally unplayable. Obviously, coming down from 200 add-ons to 4 or 5 is a little tough. But we'll see how it goes. I think we'll be okay, right? I think everything will be okay. Then, after we cover the add-ons, just because I think they're that crucial for gold making, that's why we're going to start with those. Also because that way my interface will make a little bit more sense. Once we've done that, we'll go through just literally training professions, starting off, right, doing the introductory quests for professions. Like I said, this is going to be a very basic guide for complete beginners to the world of gold making. I know a lot of the gold making content out there, at least that the algorithm feeds me, sort of assumes you have a basic level of knowledge with what all the different things mean, right? What are knowledge points? What is a multi-craft? What's resourcefulness? What are skill points? How do they interact with all these things? What are the profession talent trees? I'm getting so excited. I literally having trouble breathing. But no, so we'll what is artisan security? How do you get it? All that stuff. So very, what are profession tools, right? What are profession accessories, right? There's a lot of confusing things about the new profession system. And so I want this to be a very basic guide to anyone who's interested in getting into gold making, because like I've always said, I think WoW is at its best when it's super casual friendly, and I want to do my part to try and make professions a little bit more accessible. I think Blizzard's done some great work this expansion with making the profession system super accessible for people who don't have a lot of time, but I don't think super accessible for people who don't spend a bunch of time learning exactly how the profession system works. And so that's where I'm hoping I can do my part to try and simplify that a little bit. But so we'll cover the training professions. We'll then again I'll cover the crafting stats again. I know I did cover this on stream before, and I have started linking to that video. The problem is I had a bunch of add-ons in the thing, so in that video, so I think it may have gotten a bit confusing for complete beginners, because it doesn't look like the standard Blizzard interface. So we'll cover crafting stats real quick. We'll cover knowledge points, and then we'll also spend a little bit of time leveling the actual professions, and lastly covering talent trees. I don't think we'll have time to get to some builds. I think we may have to keep that for Wednesday's stream. But I do have a couple of recommended builds. If you're curious about that or interested in that, leave a message in the chat or in the comments below if you're watching the YouTube video, and let me know which professions you guys are interested in seeing builds for. I have every single profession leveled up at this point, other than skinning, because who gathers? Let's be no. I'm kidding. I don't gather. I love our gatherers out there, because Lord knows I give you guys a lot of money in buying mats from all of y'all. But yeah, other than that, I have I should probably say every single crafting profession leveled up, and so we will. I can really cover whatever. Anyway, I see that we have an ad starting in about 40 seconds, so let's go ahead and take that quick little break. We'll do a quick little ad break, and then we'll come back and get into the meat and potatoes of this whole thing. All right, thank you guys so much for watching live. If you're enjoying, please consider subbing on Twitch or YouTube, or if not that, on Twitch, consider following. All right, quick little break. We'll run the ad, and then we will come back and get into things. All right, gang, we are back. A little bit quicker than the timer, but hey, we were done running. The ads were over, so I figured we may as well get started with this. All right, so like I said, today's stream we're going to be covering a complete beginner's guide to making gold in the World of Warcraft with the profession system. The new profession system in the War Within is one of the absolute best it's ever been in the World of Warcraft, but that said, it can be a little bit complicated, and I thought it may be helpful for those of us out there who maybe have not explored it too much or are struggling a little bit to just do a complete beginner's guide to it. Lord, struggling to breathe on today's stream. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, we're going to start off with going through some of the add-ons, and at any point, if you guys are interested in downloading these add-ons, you could just drop !addons, use the add-ons command in chat, and you will get download links to all 4 of the add-ons that we're going to be covering. And if you're watching the YouTube video, it'll be in the description below. All right, that said, the 4 add-ons that we're going to start off with are, let's go through that list real quick, just in the add-on sheet here. Like I said, I usually use about anywhere from 200 plus add-ons. And so for today's stream, I've really tried to whittle it down to the fewest add-ons that will make you gold. Now, the first add-on that we're going to be taking a look at is Auctionator, which will basically be giving us all of our auction house data, as well as providing some nice little tooltips and serving as the pricing source for some of the other add-ons that we're going to use. The second add-on that I have enabled is, I've not included this in the list because I don't think it's particularly relevant. It's just a great bag add-on, and the default Blizzard bag interface kind of messes with my head a little bit. I find it just too messy, and I don't quite like it. And so I'm using Bagginator. That's the add-on that I've found to be the best, but of course that really comes down to personal preference. So this I've not included in the list, but there you go. If you're curious as to why my bags look a little bit different, it's because of this great add-on called Bagginator. And you'll notice most of the add-ons I'm using here end in Acher, and that's because they're all made by the same creator, who's called PlusMouse, who does amazing work. I cannot speak highly enough about PlusMouse's add-ons. Auctionator is great. Bagginator is great. The next add-on that we'll be using is actually called Journalator, which is down here as well, which is also created by PlusMouse, and is basically an add-on that keeps track of all of your expenses and income, right? Which is great. If you're trying to make gold, the best way to do it, I mean, one of the crucial things that you'll need to do for gold making is to measure things. Is to measure how much you're spending and how much you're making, right? It can be a little bit tough, especially if you're reinvesting in things and things like that. And so Journalator is a great, simple add-on to do that. I really like PlusMouse's add-ons because they're super simple. They don't require, any outside programs to be running or anything like that, and super easy to set up, super simple, super clean. They don't support multiple accounts, which could be an issue, but I'm guessing since this is a beginner's guide, I'm guessing we're not going to be covering too much of that in any case. You'll see I also have an add-on called BlizzMove enabled. Again, this is more of a quality of life thing. And so I've got that enabled because I'm just too used to using it. I'm not sure if I still use demodal, but we'll go ahead and enable that as well. Again, not going to cover this in too much detail because it won't really make you more gold. It's just more convenient. And if you guys are curious, like if you guys are interested in that sort of thing, let me know in the chat or in the comments below, and I'll be happy to do a dedicated video on sort of quality of life add-ons that I can't live without. All right. The next and arguably the most important add-on that we're going to have that we're going to be working with and using a whole bunch is called Craftsim. And this, I think, arguably is the single most powerful add-on for making gold in the expansion. You do need a price source. It doesn't have a price source built in. And so that's where we're going to be using Auctionator. You could also use something like Trade Skill Master. And I think it supports a couple of other add-ons as well. Trade Skill Master, I will be doing a video on separately because it is an extremely powerful add-on for gold making, but I think it's a little bit more complicated to set up. And so I didn't really want to spend too much time on it on today's stream. But okay, so those are the add-ons we're working with. You may have seen that we also have an add-on called Syndicator enabled. That sort of just comes with Bagginator, and that basically just tracks your inventory across the different characters. Again, lovely little quality of life add-on, but not particularly relevant to this. You could use another add-on like Altaholic or something like that. Trade Skill Master also does some of that natively. And so we won't cover that in too much detail either, but suffice it to say that if you're using Bagginator, it'll come with Syndicator, and that's it. So that said, let's go go ahead and enter realm. I've played this game for 20 years and I can still not tell you what that button says. Enter world, I guess. All right, I'm seeing it on the stream. What's up, Bipolar Taco? Welcome back. How's it going? You missed Friday's stream, but you're here today. Oh, no worries. Friday's stream was a little strange in that I had to do it at that different time because of the fact that we had a real life commitment that I needed to get to, and so yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to remember what we did on. We covered leatherworking, right? We built out a leatherworking character and basically did the profession equipment build. I think we also did a little bit of enchanting or disenchanting at the very least. So yeah, I mean, you can go back and check that out if you'd like. But yep, today's stream. Just to catch you up, Bipolar Taco, we're basically going through and doing a complete beginner's guide to making gold in the world of Warcraft. And we're starting off by going through the add-ons that we need. And so this is one of my few characters that doesn't have professions on them yet. And so I thought this would be a good starting point. Let's make sure he doesn't have any of the quests turned in. Yeah, we're good. He doesn't have any artisan acuity, which means we haven't turned in any of the quests. It's only 8 a.m. your time. Jeez, yeah, that is super early to be listening to my annoying voice talk about World of Warcraft gold making, I suppose. What's up, Virtual Keyboard 90? Welcome to the stream. Joining us on YouTube, I see. How long will it take to get to 1 million gold if you start completely fresh with only 10,000 gold? It depends. It really depends. Honestly, at this point, it's a little bit. I would say it's a little bit tougher. It really depends. It depends on how long you're playing, for instance. It depends what markets you go into, if you're willing to gather or not. If you already have professions, you're saying starting off with 10 grand. Honestly, it's difficult because you could get lucky and I mean, the quickest would be like, you could probably do it in the same day if you got lucky with like sniping something super cheap. But I don't think that's the kind of answer you're looking for. So I would say I've said it before, and I feel like the first million is sort of the toughest, not only because you just don't have that much capital to start off with, right? I mean, we're going to be doing a complete beginner's guide to setting up professions today. I would hope that you should be able to, at this stage, probably set up tailoring for less than 10 grand. And enchanting as well, you can probably, if you're leveling up tailoring, you will be crafting some items that you can disenchant. So enchanting as well, you should hopefully be able to level up for, at least to the low levels, you should be able to get somewhat decently along. And then hopefully you can start disenchanting things, right? That could be an interesting video for another, that could be an interesting premise for another video, where I start off with 10 grand and see how much gold I can make and how quickly we do that. Would that be something you'd be interested in seeing? Let me know, Virtual Keyboard. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of an answer to give you. Honestly, it's a little bit difficult to say. I mean, yeah, you could probably do that in a couple of weeks. 1 million gold. See, honestly, it really depends. I would say probably the best time to do that would, of course, be at an expansion launch. I know I've seen some creators already do things like that, right? But otherwise, I would say probably, honestly, if you're starting off with 10K, now see, my gut instinct is to not gather at all because I don't like gathering. But honestly, if you're starting off with 10K, I would say start off with gathering, either to sell the mats and get some more startup capital, or just so that you have more, items, so that you have more mats to subsidize leveling up crafting professions whenever you do swap over. Now, I make all my gold through crafting professions, right? That's I would say 90 to 95% of what I do. Realistically, probably 99%, if we're being honest here. I gather more as like a side errand. Just to like get artisan acuity, or because I'm leveling up mining to, just because there's exactly one character that I actually level up mining on, and that character doesn't have mining for this expansion. That character has mining so that they can smelt ores from like classic and TBC and stuff to craft transmog so that I can sell it on the auction house. And it's just because ores are sometimes cheaper to get than these smelted bars. And so that's why I level up mining on that character. But I would say, yeah, if you're starting off with 10k gold, probably the best advice I could give you is first go dual gathering, right? Gather up a decent amount. Realistically, honestly, at this stage of the expansion, it's not that expensive to level up something like tailoring. So yeah, I would say if you're okay to gather, you'd probably be best served by starting off, going dual gathering, go herbing and mining, and just fly around gathering as much as you can, loot treasures as you go, both for the knowledge point catch-up items and for the knowledge point items as well. And then also because you may get some profane tinderboxes and some other materials as well that you can probably use when you're finally leveling up whatever crafting professions you decide to swap to, if that's what you want to do. In all honesty, at this stage of the expansion, if you're just looking for, like, if you don't mind gathering, you can probably make a pretty decent amount of gold just straight gathering. And I think that wouldn't be a terrible idea. What's up, Legendarism? How's it going? Actually, Legendarism is the right person to ask. Legendarism, what would you say is a decent amount of gold per hour that you could make just with gathering right now? Keeps me from falling asleep as I start work. Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that I'm waking people up instead of putting them to sleep. I guess that's a good thing as a content creator. No. I would also like to see that. Of course, that would be awesome. 0 to gold cap series. Yeah, that could be interesting, actually. You know what? Let me jot that down. I know a bunch of people have done 0 to gold cap series, and I think they do generally well. So yeah, I know I've jotted down 0 to gold cap. And actually, that is something that I've wanted to cover because I have a bunch of these little tricks that I do in every version of this game just to get started. I mean, one of them, of course, I'm not gonna lie to you, is just the vendor search in Trade Skill Master, which is kind of OP to get that initial starting capital. But what do you call it? So there's an add-on called Trade Skill Master. I literally don't have it enabled on this guy, so I can't show you. But they have a vendor search, and basically what it does is it searches the auction house for any items that are posted below the vendor price. So all you need to do is buy that item off of the auction house and then sell it to a vendor, and you'll make a little bit of a profit. I mean, generally you're talking about maybe a couple of gold if you're lucky. In most cases, it's like a couple silver or some copper. It works better in vanilla, to be honest, just because silver, like copper and silver are worth more. At this point in the War Within, copper and silver may as well not exist in the game, right? I don't think you can even use them in the auction house. That's literally how irrelevant they've become. That would be awesome. Sick. See how you'd invest from scratch. Welcome back, Cylindrius. How's it going? Welcome in Legendarism as well. Not sure if I gave you a little shout out there, but what would be a good startup capital? I don't like gathering either. I have almost 120k. Dude, 120k is more than enough, I would say. For tailoring, we leveled up leatherworking the other day, and I don't quite remember how much we ended up spending on that guy. But it was, I think it was less than 20 grand. Especially if you do something crafty like buying your profession equipment on a different server, which I need to do a separate video for. We're not going to be covering that in today's little beginner's guide here. Which reminds me, we should probably get back to that in a second here. But let me quickly catch up on chat, and then we'll get back to what we were doing. Tailoring and inscription has been good for me starting out. Those are, yeah, I think tailoring and inscription are great if you're doing a lot of like 2x4 farms, or if you're just doing a lot of content, right? You're doing delves, you're doing dungeons, that kind of thing. Then tailoring and inscription are the best gathering professions to get, just because of the fact that those rely entirely on drops from mobs. So if you're doing anything that requires you killing a bunch of mobs, then tailoring and inscription are definitely the best to start off with, because you'll with tailoring you'll have cloth drops, right, which are great, and especially this expansion, since cloth now only drops for tailors. In previous expansions, cloth dropped for everyone, and tailors got a buff that gave them more cloth drops. In this expansion, tailoring basically only drops for cloths, or cloth only drops for tailors. You will get a little bit of cloth from like I think there's some herbalism and mining nodes that will drop a little bit of cloth, and there's the occasional like treasure and stuff that'll drop cloth, but I would say 90% of the drops will be coming from having tailoring, and there's a talent tree that you can go into there as well. But yeah, I mean, that said, even if you're just doing it as purely a crafting profession, tailoring is by far my favorite profession and the number one profession that I would recommend everyone get, especially if you're a beginner. It's so versatile. There's so many different builds you can do with it. Heck, with the one build that I recommend for everyone, that build alone gives you like 8 different items you can sell, right? And I've covered that length. Unfortunately, I don't have a link to a highlight that covers why I think tailoring is goated. But if you check out some of my previous streams, you'll definitely see that. And I will at some point work on editing down a video about that as well. I'm also thinking on Wednesday's stream, we may just take this exact same character and continue from there and do the beginner tailoring and enchanting build that I recommend everyone has at least one of. Yeah, I already have both of those builds actually set up on different characters. So in a way, I'm sort of wasting this character, but let's be honest, I've not done anything with this character until now, and so I'd rather, like I said, I'm past the point of trying to make any more gold for myself. I kind of don't care. I didn't play it all over the weekend. I haven't been posting auctions and things like that. It's not interesting me as much making gold for myself. I'm more interested in this point in putting together like interesting content and showing you guys how to make gold. Because yeah, I have 40 million gold. That's more than enough to pick up the Longboy mount if and when that drops, and any other gold sinks that Blizzard may add into the game at any point, right? I mean, I'll casually make gold, just because I enjoy doing it, but I'm definitely not focusing on it right now. Let's see, leveling at the same time. Yeah, that's a good call. What would be good startup capital? I think I covered that. I'm watching one on YouTube as it comes out now. Fair enough. Yeah, so maybe that could be an interesting series for us to do as well. The vendor what? Yep, I think we covered the vendor search. My server is selling a tool for 5K while another server had it at 600G. Exactly, dude. That's the thing. And you can use a great add-on or a great website like Saddlebag Exchange or what's the other one? The Undermine Exchange, right? To see which server has those items for cheapest, and then you just create an allied race character on that server. Use the Warbank to transfer gold over and buy it on that server for much cheaper, and you could save a whole bunch of gold by doing that. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, I have covered it on previous streams as well. I need to edit to get to that video as well, because cross-realm trading it can both save you a bunch of gold and make you a bunch of gold. Because you can use it to find servers that have items you want to buy for super cheap, and similarly items you want to sell, you can find a server that has a much higher price than your home server. I mean, I play on Illidan North America, which is literally one of the fullest, highest pop servers in the world, and so it's extremely competitive. But a lot of my gold increasingly is coming from other servers now, and it's super trivial to start selling on other servers. When talking about tailoring, they don't need to farm the cloth, right? They can stay in a mailbox and be successful. Oh, for sure. Cylindrus, to answer your question, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I do, right? I have a bunch of tailors, and I buy all of my cloth. I haven't farmed any cloth. In fact, I don't think any of them even have any knowledge points put into the additional % drop chance. So yeah, you definitely don't need to, but I'm saying if you're going to be killing a bunch of mobs anyway, then it's not a bad idea to increase the amount, the value of the drops that you get from them. And so tailoring and inscription are the best for that. Tailoring will have increased cloth drops, or actually any cloth drops in this expansion, and then inscription because you'll get Dark Moon cards. I don't think they're worth a super load right now. But at the very least, you can convert those into decks and then disenchant those into crystals, and then use that to fund an enchanter, right? To craft some endgame enchants, or to use some concentration craft enchants and make even more gold that way. But yeah, you definitely know you don't need to farm gold, but you don't need to farm cloth, but you can, which is always a nice option to have. Looking at my new tune, that was a fresh 70 boost. I've earned 23,741 gold just doing the solo cloth inscription farm to lock out 4 times. Good stuff. I mean, 23,000 is more than enough to get started. I think, yeah, I think we were talking earlier about Virtual Keyboard was asking about a good starting spot. I think 20,000 gold, you're probably good enough to get started with tailoring, and as a result, enchanting as well. Now, will you be making a whole bunch of gold at that level? Is it enough startup capital to do everything that you would ideally want to do? Probably not, but it's definitely a good starting point. I think you're good to get started there at least. It's not fast, but it's going. Yeah, exactly. Look, at the start, it's going to be a lot slower. Like I said, you're just not going to have as much startup capital, and so where I may craft 100 of any item, right? Just because I have access to the capital, and therefore I can maybe make 40,000 gold profit. If you have less gold available, you'll probably be able to craft maybe 5 or 10 of those items instead, and you'll need to wait until those sell in order to be able to craft more. And it's yeah, so that's the only reason it'll take a little bit more time to get started off. But gradually you'll build up that capital, and you'll be able to start, crafting a lot more bulk. Unfortunately, one of the downsides of the way that the profession system works, outside of concentration crafts, right? Concentration crafts are definitely the move if you don't have access to much gold, just because the profit margins are a lot higher there. But with a lot of the crafting in this expansion, you will need to craft in pretty large volumes in order to see, significant amounts of profit. And that's simply because of the way that the profession system works, where Blizzard has basically converted everything into a giant lottery system, almost, is the way I've described it in the past. Because of the way that things like resourcefulness and multi-craft work, right? If you're only crafting 5 of an item, you could get really unlucky and not proc resourcefulness or multi-craft on any of those crafts, and therefore lose gold. Whereas someone like me, who's crafting 100 of those items, has a much higher likelihood of proccing multi-craft or resourcefulness, and as a result, you'll like not has a higher chance. It's just a larger sample size, and so I'm almost guaranteed to proc multi-craft or resourcefulness enough times to actually make a profit on things, which we can feel all kinds of ways about it. It's basic stats, exactly. The profession system now requires way more math than I think professions have at any other point in World of Warcraft. Dragonflight and the War Within both rely on a lot of math, but that's where the add-ons come in. All right. How's that for a transition? Let's get back to what we're actually doing. So today's stream, like I said, we're basically going to be covering a complete beginner's guide to professions in the World of Warcraft. And we're going to start off by going through the add-ons. And so first up on the docket, we have an add-on called Auctionator. And I just realized that I don't have any of my mount add-ons enabled. Let's quickly enable one of those. Apologies, gang. We're going to be having even more add-on tinkering than usual because, as you guys can see, I've gone from my usual 200 add-ons to like 5. Just because I want to keep things as simple as possible for people who are watching, the YouTube video later on, at least. Hopefully for the stream, those catching the stream as well. Yeah. But that said, I don't have my mount journal. I don't have my mount add-on enabled, so I'm hitting my mount. What do you call it? I don't have my mount hotkey enabled, and then that's going to cause problems because I'm going to keep habitually hitting that button, and it still doesn't seem to be working. What other add-on do I use for mounts? I have mount journals enhanced and then bestride. Okay, maybe that's the one that I use for this guy. Bestride. All right, let's disable mount journal add-on. When you need an add-on to organize your add-ons. Yeah, dude, you joke, but that's literally what I do. I have this add-on called Add-on Control Panel, and it literally manages all my other add-ons. Yeah. So I'm not sure if that's what you were referencing, or if that was a joke, but that's literally the reality of things. Is I literally use an add-on to manage my add-ons. Let's go ahead and just set up our interface. Mount button, Control W. There we go. Boom. All right, so the first add-on that we are looking at is called Auctionator, and it basically adds these I think it's these 4 additional tabs to the bottom of your auction house, right? And each of we'll cover these. We'll cover each of these. But basically, they just make it easier to interact with the auction house. And so, starting off with the first one, we have the shopping tab. And what this allows you to do is, in addition to having some additional filters, if you come up here to the search options, you can now search for things using things like item level or crafted level, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, rank 4. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Little J. Very, very much appreciate that. Tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. We are that much closer to replacing my janky headset. Plus, you get a 3-month Discord Nitro sub completely free. So thank you so much. Very, very, very much appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, let's come back to this. So the shopping tab in Auctionator, not only does it allow you to use the usual filters that Blizzard gives you through the default interface, but you also have access to things like filtering by item level or filtering by things like the crafted item level, right? Ranks 1 through 5. If that doesn't make any sense, I would hope it doesn't if you're watching this. If you're watching this this video, but you can filter by things like crafted item level. You can filter by things like item level, and then I think also things like tiers, which the default interface doesn't allow you to search for. All right. Beyond that, it allows you to create things like shopping lists. So for instance, I like to search for items that I can disenchant, and I've just created custom searches here using these, using the custom search features here, and I can then add them to lists, and you can create a new list by hitting new list, obviously, and then you'll just, you'll type in a custom search here, and hit add to list, and it'll add these various individual lists into a single search so that you can just hit one button like this and have all of all of those various specific searches be conducted. All right, the other nice thing about this is that you can hit export and export any of these lists. If you use multiple accounts or if you want to share any of these lists with your friends, you can go ahead and do that. That aside, you can also hit the import button and import lists like ones that and import lists from content creators like me, for instance. Geez, sorry about that. I don't know why I'm having a coughing attack there. Thank you, little Jay. Yeah, it really does help me for the headset as well. Oh, thank you so much for saying that. That's so sweet of you. Thank you again for the sub. Really, really appreciate that. Really does help me out. More tabs and customization. Exactly. Cylindrous. Mute button coming in clutch. Exactly. I finally started learning how to use my mute button and also to check that I'm not muted when I start the stream. It's not perfect, but we're getting there. But okay, so coming back to Auctionator, it allows you to also import shopping lists from, I may share things like my profane Tinderbox shopping list and things like that. So yeah, it's super handy for that. And you can also, it also has a search history. So if you want to come back to your recent searches, maybe you didn't, maybe you searched for something and and you exited the auction house and you came back and realized that actually you wanted to save that, you can hit the copy item to active shopping list and go ahead and add that to your shopping list as well. All right, the second, and sorry, I should probably also cover that it also allows you to export results, which can be super handy if you're trying to put together a spreadsheet or something like that. There are more elegant solutions, but they usually require a lot more setup. And so I find myself using Auctionator's export results feature quite a bit, just because this allows you to very easily paste things into Excel or into Google Sheets if that's something you want to do. All right. Coming over to the next tab, and I think this is one of Auctionator's absolute best features. It's one of my favorite features, is the selling tab. Now, I don't have anything in my bags that I can list on the auction house. But what this allows you to do is basically post, I should probably find something that I can list on the auction house just so I can show a better example of this. Let's see here. Let's take a quick little sidebar here. Actually, give me 1 second. I gotta hit my air conditioner as well. All right. So, let's find something that we can list on the auction house just so I can show you guys an example of exactly how this works. Does this guy have anything that we may want to sell? All right, I think this is as good of an example as any. Sun's out, AC on. Yup. Although we're starting to head into winter here, so I'm hoping I can start using my air conditioner less. But let's be honest, living where I live, it's too hot most of the year to even think about living without air conditioner. But okay, so coming over to the selling tab, what this allows you to do is that, first of all, it gives you this handy little interface here. Actually, I don't even know what the default Blizzard interface looks like, so I should probably take a look at that so that I can show you guys what the differences are. Yeah, so what the selling tab allows you to do is, first of all, it'll show you a handy little list here, sorted by category, of all the items you have in your bags that you can list on the auction house. Clicking on these items will then go ahead and post and start to create like a draft post up here. All right. And here you can set the quantity, of course. You could also hit this button to just post the max. Yeah, I was thinking stacks, but I just realized that the auction house hasn't featured stacks outside of Classic in years at this point. But you can set the quantity that you want to sell, or you can hit that handy little max button there. You'll set your buyout price, or you can click on any of these prices here to update the buyout price to that. You'll select your duration, of course, and then you have a handy little thing that just shows you your deposit and the total price of your auction house auction here. Now, this is super handy, especially if you're trying to post items in bulk, right? The default Blizzard interface can be a little bit confusing, right? Not only because you need to find the item in your bags and post it here. I think it functions in some of the same ways, but if you're trying to post a bunch of different items on the auction house, it's handy to just be able to click through each of them here and post them that way. You can also customize what the default options are here, which we'll take a look at in a second when we look at the add-on settings. The other nice thing it allows you to do is look at the price history, and this data comes from whenever you've scanned the auction house. We'll come to that in a second, but this will allow you to not only see what the price history has been, and we can see that, in previous days, this item is sold for 4 silver. So maybe we want to hold out and wait until prices go back up if we think, that Mondays and Tuesdays seem to be a better day to sell these on, right? We can see each Monday, the prices do seem to bump up a little bit. And so we wouldn't want to sell them today. We may want to hold on to them until, Monday or Tuesday. Well, I guess today is Monday, but that's going to be edited out. So no one watching the YouTube video is going to see this. That's the fun of watching the live stream. But okay, you can also then see your post history and see what you posted it for in the past, which is also super handy. All right, coming over to the next tab, and I think this is actually one of the best features of Auctionator, which is the canceling window. And so let's go ahead and post this as an example, right? We'll post 5 units of this light parchment just so that we have an example to show. So we'll go ahead and hit the post button. We'll then come over to the we'll then come over to the canceling tab, and here we'll be able to see all the auctions that we have posted on the auction house. Now, that's handy in and of itself, also because it'll give you a nice little total here up here of incoming auctions, which I don't believe in the default interface, you'll be able to see which individual items you've sold, but you won't be able to see exactly what the total value of that is, especially if you have less startup capital. It's handy to be able to see how much gold you can expect to have in your mailbox within the next hour, and Auctionator will show you that total. More importantly, you have this nice feature called the undercut scan, and so hitting this button will basically make Auctionator search for each of these items and see if anyone has undercut you. Especially if you play on a higher pop server, a lot of times you may have posted something in the auction house, but it's unlikely you're going to get a sale because someone may have undercut your auction, either because they posted after you or because of the fact that they've undercut your auction. And that could be for as little as like 1 silver, right? They may have undercut your auction by 1 silver. You may be willing to accept 1 silver less to sell that item quicker. And the best way to do that is to use the undercut scan and then spam this cancel undercut button, which will go ahead and cancel any auctions that you've been undercut on. All right, super handy feature, especially if you're playing on a high pop server. I would recommend doing this. Realistically, you could do it as often as you would like. Do keep in mind that you will start to rack up the deposit fees here. But by and large, hopefully you're selling items that are worth enough that shouldn't pose too much of a disincentive to you to canceling these auctions. Yep. If you hear content creators talking about cancel scanning or, reposting, this is what they mean. They're coming into an add-on like Auctionator. There's a couple of other add-ons that do this as well. Trade Skill Master particularly. But basically this is what it means when people say, cancel scanning or undercut scanning is they're going to come in and hit a button like this, check all their auctions for undercuts, and then spam cancel undercut and repost those auctions so that they're no longer being, so that they're now the first auction that shows up whenever a customer searches for this item. All right, the last window we have here is this Auctionator tab. Of course, we have the credits and links to the Discord and all of that. And go ahead and support the Creator Plus Mouse. Like I said, is the creator of most of these add-ons that we're going to be featuring on today's stream, and they do great work. But the other reason that this tab is super important is because of this button right here called full scan. And basically what you're going to want to do whenever you start playing the game, and then I would say every couple of hours after that, is come over to the auction house, when you're doing crafting stuff, when you're doing auction house stuff, is come and hit this full scan button. You'll get a handy little percentage here, and that'll show you what the total, that'll show you that'll show you the progress, and you'll basically wait for this to get to 100%. And what this is doing is basically searching every single page of the auction house so that it can give you handy little tooltips that tell you what all of the items are worth. Every single item on the auction house, it'll save in your cache. It'll basically save offline what the price of every single item on the auction house is, which is super, super handy, especially for the other add-ons that we're going to be using later on. The full scan butter, exactly, Cylindrius. Reading my mind here. But okay, let's wait for this scan to complete real quick, and then we'll go into the full add-on options. Now, coming into the, once we get to the options, of course, there is an option to have this automatically scan the second you open up the auction house every couple of hours, which I would definitely recommend switching on, just because I have a habit of forgetting to do this scan at the start of, any crafting cycle. But it should definitely be it should definitely be the first thing you do every time you log on for gold making stuff, right? So we've hit 100% here, and we're done with that. Let's come into the add-on options now. Like I said, one of the things I like about Plus Mouse's add-ons is that there aren't too many. The add-on menus are pretty simple, and there's not anything too crazy to look at. But we'll, in the interest of thoroughness, we will go through every single option and just take a quick little look. So the first thing is, like I said, you can run an auto scan whenever the auction house is open. I have this switched on, and I have it set to basically search every 60 minutes. What that means is every time I open up the auction house, it will automatically scan. It will automatically start an auction house scan if it's been more than 60 minutes since my last search. You can honestly set this to whatever you want. Setting this to a 120 or something like that wouldn't be a terrible idea as well. I mainly just do auction house stuff, and so I tend to set this to 60. But again, it's very much personal preference, and you don't even need to run the auto scans if you're good enough at remembering to scan manually every single time you search. Now, you can also set the default tab here, and again, this is all personal preference. Use small tabs. You can, again, personal preference very much here. Show crafting costs in the crafting view. I have this enabled. You don't need to have this enabled if you don't want. It's not all that useful. You'll see the bulk of the options that we're going through here are very much personal preference, but I'll let you guys know what I use, and it's up to you whether or not you want to copy the same or if you want to change these around as well. None of these should impact your ability to make gold in any meaningful way. Beyond maybe just, being nice quality of life things. As long as you know what you're doing or are paying enough attention, it really won't make too much of a difference. The crafting costs, I would say it's up to you. Realistically, I would leave this switched off, especially if you're getting started, mainly because of the fact that it's not going to be super accurate. It will only account for the current mats that you have slotted in to your professions. And so I would actually recommend switching this off if you're, if you are not, if you're just getting started with professions, right? It's not going to be super handy. We're going to use another add-on to calculate our crafting costs, and so I would disable this if I'm just getting started out. Show reagent costs from auction house and vendors. I would leave that checked on. Show profit from crafting with auction house reagents. Show reagent costs using the cheapest quality from auction house. Auctionator prioritizes the reagents in your bags, but this value will ignore them. All right, I'm not entirely certain what this does. Again, Auctionator, the bulk of what we're going to be using Auctionator for is for scanning the auction house and having the data from there. I would leave most of these checked off just because it could be a little bit confusing if you have these enabled and it's showing you different data that may or may not be as accurate as what we actually wanted to do. All right, coming over to tooltips, I would check most of these on. The reason that I have the disenchant value disabled is because this doesn't yet work for the War Within, and so it won't really add too much help here. Show the number of days since a price was seen on the auction house, up to 21 days. I would also leave this unchecked. It shouldn't be super relevant unless you're doing something like craft a transmog where it may be of some help. But show auction house value of items and tooltips. We do want that on. Same thing for caged pets if you're selling pets. Mail in tooltips. Auction house value of mail in tooltips. I would leave that enabled as well. Vendor sell price, items, and tooltips, you definitely want that as well, because in many cases it may actually be, you know, especially with things that you're crafting while leveling up, it may be more profitable to sell things to the vendor than it is to actually stick them on the auction house. And show only stack value when holding shift, I would recommend switching that on as well, so that you can see the price of an item in of a full stack of items by just holding down the shift key. All right, coming over to shopping. Yeah, I would leave this option checked on, automatic scan for shopping list items. It'll just make things a little bit quicker when you open it, when you hit the search button for a shopping list. All right, show terms from a shopping list, have no results in the results. No, we don't need that. Again, these are all mainly personal preference things. I'll be honest, I haven't. The reason I'm not super familiar with exactly what the options are is because that's how long it goes between me changing this. It's really entirely personal preference, and there generally isn't too many changes here. I'm not sure what the default options are that Auctionator comes with. If your auctions will not be scanned to find your new auction. I don't know what that means. Show your new auctions in chat. Yeah, sure. Let's check that on, I guess. Sorry, folks. I didn't expect to be this confused by the options, to be honest. I would honestly leave the bulk of these set to their default. I'll show you guys quickly what options I have switched on, just in case they're interesting to you. But I wouldn't really focus too much on them. I think. Yeah, I'll just quickly do a run through of what my options look like, and you can go ahead and pause the video or pause the stream, I guess, if you'd like to see, you know, which of these options I have enabled. But they're primarily personal preference, I would say. Right? Is there anything that I'm missing? Let's do. I'll do a quick little scan and see if there's anything in particular. I would definitely recommend having. Okay, so let's do this. Let's just keep the important options. While we're going through these tabs, I'll quickly mention the ones that I think are super relevant. I would definitely have show vendor sell prices in item tooltips enabled, as well as have the show auction house value of items and tooltips enabled as well. From the shopping tab, there's not really anything here that's super significant. In the selling items, I would definitely recommend enabling show confirm posting items at an unusually low price. I would also recommend enabling bag items list is shown, just because it helps you post items in bulk a lot quicker. Okay. So that's the selling tab, selling shortcuts. I use Alt left click to post things in bulk, as well as have these set to spacebar. You need to be careful, because if you're like me and you're in the habit of jumping, then sometimes I will accidentally try leaving the auction house by jumping and post something that I don't mean to post. So I definitely be careful about doing this, but overall, these come down to personal preferences. I would also use something, generally having Alt left click is handy, because you can just Alt left click something in your bag and you know, have it open the selling interface, and then right clicking on an auction will cancel it, which is also kind of handy. Makes it a little bit quicker, but again, it comes down to personal preference. All right, in terms of all items, I would generally set this to 12 hours. It really depends on the server you're playing on and how often you play. If you're able to log in multiple times a day, then I would set this to something like 12 hours. If you only play once a day, I would set this to 24 hours. If it may be a couple of days between when you get chances to play or to mess with your auctions, I would set this to 48 hours. All right. In terms of undercut, it really comes down to personal preferences. I tend to not undercut at all. The way the current auction house system works is that if you were the last to post an item, you will naturally be at the top of the list anyway. So posting, what do you call it? Sorry, 1 second. Same item, pet, ID, title, and level. What's the difference between these two? I'm not sure what the difference between these two is, to be honest. Oh, I think... not not really certain what the two differences are. I mean, I have it set to this, which is what you want. But okay, so coming to the selling all items tab, like I said, you would want to set this to 12 hours if if you're playing multiple times a day and you're going to check your auctions multiple times a day. Otherwise, I would set this to 24 hours or 48 hours. If you play on a high pop server and you're low on gold, you may want to set this to 12 hours just so your deposit fees are a little bit lower, and you can save a little bit of gold that way. Because if you post something for something like 48 hours, there's a good chance you get undercut anyway, and so then you're just spending more on your deposit fees for the auction house, which you may or may not be worth it. All right. Like I said, undercutting is entirely up to you. I generally set this to 0 because if you are the most recent person to post the auction anyway, you will be at the top of the list. And so undercutting really won't benefit you too much. It doesn't really do much other than erode the price. People feel differently about this. It really comes down to personal preference. Now, for choosing how the item price is automatically selected, I would use something like same item / pet ID, title, and level. You could also go with something like same item / pet level with the same item / pet ID. The reason we want to do this is because very often, especially in the War Within and with Dragonflight reagents, it was the exact same thing as well. Different item qualities will have different item qualities will have different item levels, and so you don't want to, for instance, sell a rank 5 item for the same price as a rank 1 of that item, right? Similarly, you don't want to sell a higher eye level item for the same price as a lower eye level item. All right, so I would definitely have this set to, at the very least, same item / pet ID, title, and level. All right, selling quantities. Now, again, this comes down to personal preferences, but generally for things like reagents, I would recommend posting in either 5 or 20 just to speed things up, but it really comes down to personal preference. All right, if you set it to 0, it'll be the maximum amount, which is also completely acceptable for something like reagents. By and large, I wouldn't recommend, selling these in lots of 1. But again, if you're early on in your gold making journey, or you don't have a lot of startup capital, you may want to be a bit more patient with this and sell these items individually. All right, coming over to canceling, I would default this to include gear and pets in undercut scans because you will usually want to undercut them if they've got an undercut as well. And you can also just use the spacebar to automatically cancel anything that you've got an undercut on as well. All right, profiles, not really anything to cover there. Advanced, I wouldn't really mess with anything there. But okay, so that's overall Auctionator. Is that pretty clear? Everyone in the chat, how are we feeling? Is there anything more to touch on for Auctionator? I think probably the other thing I should cover is also the tool tips, and let's quickly do that. I think that's the last thing that we should probably bother covering. All right, and so the other thing that Auctionator will do that is super handy is basically add these tooltips that you see here. And so if you see, we have Gloom, Fathom, Hide, Crafting Reagent, and a little bit of flavor text, right? Underneath that, Auctionator adds these handy little tooltips that show you the vendor amount, right? How much does this item sell to a vendor for? In this case, 2 gold. Right below that, we have 298. That's how much this item is selling for on the auction house, and this will keep updating as you search the auction house. Below that, you'll see the sale rate. This may or may not be available for most items. Underneath that, failures will just tell you how many times you've had to cancel or how many times the auction has expired for every time that you've posted it, which can give you an indication as to whether or not you know how difficult this item is to sell. If you see a high failure rate or a low sale rate, that probably gives you an indication that you don't want to craft too much of these items, right? So for instance, if we come to Profane Tinderbox, you can see that about 20% of the time that I post the auction house for this, it actually sells. And so if you're seeing an item that has a high sale rate, you may want to craft more of them. If you're seeing a low sale rate, maybe you want to consider crafting fewer of them at a given time and just spend more time on canceling and reposting that item. All right. The failures you'll see there, that can also be an indication of, how much cancel scanning and how much effort it kind of takes to sell each of these items for you personally. All right. Below that, you'll see the last sold, how much you last sold this item for, and then the last bought, which is how much you paid the last time you bought this item. Below that, you will see an inventory. Window, but that comes from a different add-on that we will cover. That we're probably not going to cover during this stream. It's a quality of life add-on that I use that has a bunch of other handy features like that. If you're interested in seeing that, let me know in the comments below or in the chat window, and I'll do a separate stream covering all my quality of life add-ons. All right. And with that, I think we've more or less covered the bulk of Auctionator. There may be a couple other Auctionator features that we cover later on in the stream. But chat, how are we feeling? Was that handy? Was that a good little guide to Auctionator? Is there anything I missed? Is there anything else you'd like me to cover? I saw lower eye level tools for way more than the highest eye level tools with good stats. Kind of crazy. Yep. I mean, I've said this before on stream as well. Honestly, if you're just buying a tool for skill, it doesn't matter what quality it is. In fact, you're going to be better served by having, let's say, a rank 3 tool with resourcefulness than having a rank 5 tool with crafting speed on it. Just because crafting speed is kind of useless. It's really only a quality of life stat. But at this point, I would say is actively harmful because instead you could be using that stat slot for something that actually will save you gold like resourcefulness or make you more gold like multicraft. But yeah, that makes complete sense. All right, are we good on Auctionator? Chat, how are we feeling? Give me some feedback here. What's up? Are we good? Did I cover everything? Am I missing anything? Seems chill. There we go, Celendrius. Thank you. Okay, let's take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and look at our next add-on, which is going to be Craftsim. Which is going to be a doozy, but I've been promising to cover Craftsim in depth for a while, and although I'm just realizing I can't actually show you guys Craftsim until we've actually learned the professions. So we'll probably actually go learn our professions, train them, do the initial quests, things like that. All right, so we'll do that when we come back from break. If you're enjoying the content, please consider subbing or dropping a sub if you're watching on YouTube, following on Twitch. You can use your Twitch Prime if you haven't yet, and you'll also get 3 free months of Discord Nitro completely for free. And if you're an Amazon Prime member, it won't cost you anything at all. It's free money, basically. But anyways, thank you for watching live, and let's take a quick little break, and we'll come back and then go ahead and train some professions. All right, so see you guys in a few. Alright gang, and we are back. So for today's stream, we are basically doing a complete beginner's guide to gold making in the world of Warcraft, the War Within. So to start off with, we already covered the add-on Auctionator. Again, download links for all these add-ons are available in chat if you just use the command addons. So welcome back everyone. We grabbed some snacks. Grabbed some diet iced tea. Your boy's trying to clean up his act here. We got some beef jerky, right? Trying to eat a little bit healthier on stream, and off stream for that matter. And my hope is that the mic isn't picking up me chewing on the beef jerky, because I figured out that super crunchy foods don't really work super well for streaming, because the mic picks up me chewing them too much. Okay, so we covered Auctionator. If anyone has any questions about that, please drop them in chat. More than happy to cover them. Let's do a little bit more interface stuff here. Just got this looking a bit more like I like it. All right, now the next three add-ons that we want to cover. I suppose we can cover Journalator real quick. But okay, so there's an add-on called, this add-on right here is called Journalator. It's made by the exact same creator as Auctionator, and is super, super handy because it basically what it does is it tracks all of your income and expenses in the World of Warcraft. All right, as you guys can see here, it has this, it breaks things up very handily for you into auction house, crafting orders, questing, looting, taxis, repairs, basically anything you can spend gold on or make gold from in the World of Warcraft will be tracked here. The numbers here look a little bit wonky for my character because of the fact that I play on 2 accounts, and this add-on only tracks it for the individual account. So when you see this 15 million in trade, that's just me trading gold between my own accounts. All right. The net profit of minus 15 million is because all of my crafting gets done on this account, and all of my sales happen on my second account. Now, this add-on's super handy because not only can you filter by type, you can also filter by character to see who's, spending the most gold, who's earning you the most gold, by day, by month, you can, of course, filter here to, the last year, whatever time period you want to do. This will keep track of it. Even if you're not planning on actively using this right now, I would recommend downloading it and having it run in the background, at least gathering all of the data. So that, if you do decide to drill into this later on, you have all of the data already gathered. It can only track when it's actually enabled. You can also do fun things like export results if you want to play around with all this data in, Excel or Google Sheets or what have you. Now, what I particularly like about this add-on is that it allows you to track crafting orders, which not a lot of other add-ons do. But in doing so, you can drill down into auction house postings, sale rates. You can see, what are the items that every time you've posted them, they've sold straight away, right? This gives you a good little overview. Same thing with failures. You can see which add-ons which items you're posting the most of and having failed the most, etc. WoW token purchases and so forth. It'll also track here. I'm not sure why it's showing no results found, but I think that's because of the fact that I actually haven't bought a WoW token in ages, which is why it's not showing here. But yeah, it'll also track things like vendor sales, repairs, taxis, trainers, and also, interestingly enough, I didn't even know it did this, but you can also track your trading post spend, so you can figure out where all of your traders' attendees went. All right. The other feature I really like about it is that it allows you to track crafting orders, not only the ones that you fulfilled, but also the ones you placed, as well as the successes, failures, that kind of thing. Which is how I'm able to see that in the past month alone, I've made about 1 million gold with crafting orders, right? If I was just manually doing this, I would never have guessed that I've made 1 million gold with crafting orders. But I can now come in and see, what are the items that I'm selling the most of? Which items are making me the most gold from crafting orders and things like the Alchemist Miner's headgear, right? The Blacksmith's hammer, toolbox, all these things. The Artisan Enchanter's hat. This is a really popular item. And so if I'm looking for something to advertise, for instance, in trade chat, I should probably link this in my advertising message, right? Similarly, it allows you to see, which orders you placed in the past and how much you spent on those. Right? questing, looting, mail, trades, all of those cool features there. If we come into add-on options, again, it's more personal preference here. The most important thing about this add-on is I would say download it so that it starts gathering data. Leave all of these monitor boxes checked on. In the tooltips, you can choose which of these you want to keep enabled. But generally, sale rate, auctions failed, last price that you sold an item for and bought an item for is always handy to have there so that you can see it. Thank you so much for the follow, Clicksticker. Am I saying that right? Clicksticker? Thank you. Very much appreciate that. Ignore transfers. So actually, I should probably set this up for my other accounts, but that's more or less it. There's not too many in terms of the options here, right? You could choose which default tab you want, but none of this is really going to make too much of a difference. The one thing I will say that you definitely want to have enabled is make sure that it's monitoring every single different type of trade, and that's more or less Journalator. I would strongly recommend downloading this add-on, let it gather the data for you in the background, because even though you may not need it now, you may want to take a look at this later on down the line. That aside, I would also recommend coming in here and monitoring something like the auction house tab, right? And using this to figure out which your best sellers are, what your biggest expenses are, right? I have spent a boatload on rank 3 Stormdust. And so that probably indicates to me that it's a good idea for me to try and figure out a way that I can get rank 3 Stormdust for myself, which is actually something that I did, and that's one of the builds that we're going to be covering is the disenchanting build. But this can easily allow you to identify, things that you're spending a lot of gold on, especially from a gold making perspective, and you can then use that if you're trying to figure out what build to go for on your next character, right? So based off of this, of course, it makes sense for me to set up a disenchanter so that I can sort of bring my costs down for this. Similarly, exquisite weavercloth bolts, right? I've spent a whole bunch on rank 3 exquisite weavercloth bolts, and so it's probably worth me setting up, someone who specializes in crafting these. Same thing with Dawnweave bolts, boundless ciphers, right? Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else about this add-on that I need to talk about. But yeah, strongly recommend. Definitely one of my favorite add-ons, one that I rely on a lot, especially to keep a track of everything, right? Because sometimes you may think you're losing gold, but actually maybe you're just investing it, right? Maybe you are actually bringing in a good amount of gold, but you're just spending a whole bunch of it and reinvesting it. Or, maybe you're underestimating how much gold you're actually spending on things like repairs or on taxis. Lord knows those flight paths really add up. Am I right, folks? Chat, is the taxi column big for any of y'all? Anyways, chat, let me know. Are we clear on Journalator? Is there anything else I should cover? Any questions? Do we have questions? All right, doesn't seem like it. Hopefully that's because I explained it well and not because not because you guys are sick of listening to my voice. But okay, I think the next thing we need to do is actually slap some professions onto this character so that I can show you guys the next two add-ons, which are going to be Craftsim and WeeklyKnowledge. And like I mentioned, the add-on that I'm using for my bags here is called Bagonator. It's my personal preference. I really like it as a bag add-on. It just consolidates things, makes things a lot cleaner, and also organizes your items into different categories. It's completely customizable. Won't do a full guide on this right now, but you can also see your war bank from anywhere, right? You can see your guild bank from anywhere. Right, it has this handy little everything tab, so you can see every single tab of your guild bank on one page. Right, it does the same thing for your bags and your war bank. Right, because even though war banks have different tabs, yeah. Sorry, folks, just 1 second. But okay, yeah. So I mean, that's Bagonator. The other feature that I really like about it is the search everywhere thing, where if you type in something in your chat log, it will basically search all of your characters, all of your banks, your guild banks, everything, and let you know if and where you have any of those items, which is super, super handy. Especially if you have a bunch of alts like I do. Yeah. It's very, very customizable. You know, you can set up, of course, you can mess with the layout, and there's different themes and things like that. But also you can set up custom groups, custom categories, right, depending on what you're trying to filter out or have separated. And I find it to be a much cleaner view of this. Sorry, folks, just 1 second. Sorry, folks, give me 1 second. Unfortunately, having to deal with an issue with one of my family's pets. So give me a second. Let's take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and train professions and get into the rest of the add-ons. All right, so see you guys in a few. All right, we are back. So today's stream, like I mentioned before, but probably worth recapping for anyone who's just joining us. First of all, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. Today's stream, we are covering a complete beginner's guide to making gold in the world of Warcraft. We've so far covered the Auctionator add-on. We're starting off with the add-ons because I think they're semi-critical to making gold these days. The first add-on we covered is Auctionator. The second add-on we covered was Journalator. The third was we just lightly covered Bagnator. I've not really included that in the list because of the fact that I think it's more a personal preference as to how you like your bags to look. But we did a quick overview of that as well. I think it's a great add-on. All three of these add-ons are created by the great add-on creator, Plus Mouse. They do amazing work, so definitely check out their other add-ons as well. I'm not sure if they have any other add-ons that I'm missing. I think they do, but I'm not entirely certain. In any case, we've covered those three add-ons. The next two add-ons we do actually need to have professions trained for, and so we're going to go ahead and get started here. So this character, as you guys can see, is a complete starter character. I think I have some of the tier set just from doing the launch event. Basically, this character doesn't have any professions or anything trained. One of my few characters that doesn't have any professions trained on him, and so I thought I thought this would be the perfect character to do a complete beginner's guide on. So first things first, we are going to make our way to Dornogal. Now, you can either just take the portal from either Orgrimmar or Stormwind, or you can complete the introductory quests, right? One way or another, the best way to get started is going to be to make your way over to Dornogal, however you choose to do so. Once you're here, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to come over to the Crafters Enclave, which is located basically just over here, right next to the Fisher, right? This little trio of towers here will come inside here, and this is basically our hub for everything professions. Now, is everyone familiar with this area? Do we need to sort of cover what all this is? I know I've covered crafting orders on a previous stream. I should probably edit that together as well and add that in at some point. Okay, no one's saying anything, so I'm assuming that you guys are familiar with the layout of this. But basically, we'll come into this building here, and the first thing we're going to do is speak to Roldira, who will give us a quest that will basically give us some starting materials, but more importantly, will give us some artisan's acuity. We'll talk about what artisan's acuity is in a second. I'm wondering if we should pick up our professions first, since we are planning on going with tailoring and enchanting, and I don't know if it's still the case, but I know that opens up some more options to us. So I think what I will do is I will recommend, once you're in Dornogal, the first thing you're going to want to do is to come over to the specific profession trainers that have the professions that you want to pick. Now, when it comes to picking professions, you have a bunch of different options. Let's see, this is probably as good of a list as any. I should probably find a guard who's stationary so that they're not going to walk away midway through me talking about this. Does this guy hang out here? All right, I think probably this is as good as any. Now, the first thing you're going to need to do is to find the profession trainer for the profession that you're interested in. I'll probably do a separate guide to ranking all of the different professions for beginners. I think that could be an interesting video. What do y'all think? Do like a tier list? I feel like that should be clickbaity enough. What are we thinking? I suppose it doesn't really matter too much for this stream, at least, because this is just supposed to be a guide to the actual profession system. And I think if I try to go in more depth about what professions I recommend, like, you know, how the different professions compare and all that stuff, it's probably going to take up a bunch of time, and I don't know if it's super relevant to what we're trying to do in this stream or in this guide. But let me know in the chat or in the comments below if you guys would like to see like a tier list of professions to get started with gold making. Sorry, folks. Give me 1 second. All right. Ooh, Shuffle's hitting us with a banger. And if you guys are watching on YouTube, feel free to check out the Twitch link because we do have the actual music there, as well as the other benefits that watching on Twitch generally tends to have. But okay, so the first thing you're going to want to do is come over and find a guard, right? There's guards all over the city, and you can just ask them to give you the way to any of the profession trainers. For this guy, we're going to go ahead and learn tailoring and enchanting, all right? And the reason we're going to do that is because tailoring and enchanting, I think, is still the most powerful beginner professions for gold making, all right? So we'll come over to the tailoring trainer. We'll go ahead and learn. Let's do this in the center of the screen. We'll go ahead and learn tailoring, right, which we'll pick as our first profession, and then we'll learn the Kaz Algar version of that as well, all right? And in doing that, we'll be able to hit K. You can just hit K, as in the K key, or you can come down and click on professions right here, and you'll be able to see the professions that you have learned, all right? This is also handy if you want to unlearn any of your professions, right? Maybe you have professions from a previous expansion. You'll just hit unlearn this profession. You'll need to type unlearn in here and then confirm through this button, which will allow you to pick up any other professions. This can be especially handy if you've picked up professions on in a previous expansion and you want to change them to something that is more suited to the War Within. But in doing that, you'll now be able to click. Oh God, let's disable all of these Craftsim windows because we'll go through these one by one later on in the guide. But okay, you'll then be able to click on this window right here and open up your tailoring window. We'll go ahead and learn our second profession here as well. And for this guy, we're going to go with enchanting. And I'll explain why we're doing both of these. I think they work really well together. And yeah. But okay, we've learned our two professions. We can now make our way over to the Crafter's Enclave, which is this building right here located in the east of Dornegal, right? These three buildings right here, or these three towers right here. And what we're going to do is we'll go inside, we'll hop downstairs, and we will pick up this quest from Roldira. And this quest is called Crafting to Order. We'll go ahead and accept it. All we'll need to do is talk to this guy right here, Clerk Addon, and that'll complete the quest for us, all right? Now, when it comes to turning in this quest, we'll have to make our first decision, which is basically picking one of these satchels. Now, I would personally recommend picking whichever profession you plan on focusing on. In the case of this character, it doesn't matter which of the four you pick. The only difference is that, some materials are worth more. I don't have an exact tier list of, which one is worth what. At this stage, I would say, I think if you're an engineer, you'd probably want to go with the engineering satchel. I think, which other professions have really good satchels to pick up? I think engineering in particular, because you'll get some parts that will help you get started with your engineering. So if you're an engineer, I would go ahead and pick up the engineer satchel. Other than that, I would pick probably the enchanter's satchel. No specific reason for that. You can pick whichever one of these you want. At this point, most mats are pretty cheap in any case, but it'll save you a little bit of gold in leveling up that profession, all right? So we're going to go ahead and pick up the Algari enchanter satchel. Whichever satchel you pick, you'll then get a follow-up quest called Crafting Orders for whichever profession you have. Now, there are some professions that don't have this quest, so don't be too surprised if you don't get one of these quests. It's basically just has to do with whether or not your profession has a weekly quest link to it or not. All right. Once you've completed that quest, you'll get the satchel. Go ahead and right-click on that to open it up, and we'll get 4 items. We'll get a different number of items depending on which profession we've picked. The first item we'll get is one of these soul sigils. Not super relevant. If you're leveling up a character and you really want to create some crafted gear for it, you can go ahead and use that. Otherwise, you can kind of ignore it. All right, you'll get a couple of mats, usually rank 1 mats, so nothing too significant there. Enchanting on this character in specific seems to be decent enough value, right? We got about 1,500 gold worth of mats, which will definitely save us a little bit of gold while leveling up professions, which is always nice to have. But most importantly, out of this satchel, we will get 350 of this item called Artisan's Acuity. And so if you guys have watched any gold making content so far in the War Within, you know that everyone's obsessed with getting as much artisan security as possible. Now, this is a soulbound crafting reagent that you can only get in a couple of different ways. The major source of it is literally the quest we just completed, and you'll get about 350 from that quest. Now, artisan security we use for a number of different very important things, all right? The first thing that you're going to use them for is to craft your profession equipment, all right? We won't get into too much detail about what that means right now because we'll cover it in more depth a little bit later on in the stream. Suffice it to say that those are super important, and at this stage you'll probably want to get those as quickly as possible. Now, most of your profession equipment comes in two different quality levels. It comes in a green version that you can buy off the auction house, which is what we'll do to get started with, but we'll want to quickly upgrade that to the rare or blue version of that. And in order to craft those items, they generally cost 300 artisan security each. For each profession. There's 3 of them. So for each profession that you want to have fully set up on any of these characters, you'll need 900 artisan security for each profession. All right, enchanting is a bit of a rare exception where there is also an epic tool which costs 400 artisan security. So if you're an enchanter, you will instead need 1,000 artisan security to get all of your equipment. All right, the other thing that you need artisan security for is coming over to this vendor right here called Larendal. You'll be able to buy a couple of very interesting items off of this fellow. The first item, the first series of items that are of interest to us are these 3 knowledge books. All right, there's 3 knowledge books for every single profession, and these cost 200, 300, and 400 artisan security each. Using them will refund 50 artisan security though. So the actual cost of this is technically 150. And similarly, this one's 250 and this one's 350 artisan security, and each of these will give you 10 knowledge points each. We'll cover knowledge points in a second once we've leveled up a little bit and we can go through the tree. All right, so that's one very important use of artisan security is the profession accessories. The second is to buy these knowledge point books that are pretty important as well. The third, and honestly one that gets a lot less talked about than it probably should, and one of the ones that's particularly good for gold making, is in order to buy these recipes. Some of these recipes cost you artisan security, and by and large, these are the recipes that you will probably see more profit on, because the bulk of crafters do not like spending their artisan security on recipes, right? They'd rather put it towards either their profession equipment or towards the knowledge point books. As a result, there's fewer people who know a lot of these recipes, which therefore means that you can probably make a lot more gold by spending your artisan security on buying these recipes. Of course, it depends on a case-by-case basis, and I'll cover how to decide where you should spend your artisan security a little bit later on in the video. All right. Finally, once you've spent all of your artisan security on everything else that you would want to get, you can then also come in and buy these satchels of different materials, which first of all do contain some materials that you could use for actual crafting, but they also have a chance to contain a recipe. Now, the drop rate on those recipes is pretty low, but this can include everything up to raid recipes, right? Any of the drop recipes can come out of these satchels. So if you are one of the lucky few who has managed to gather enough of this artisan security that you don't have any other use for it, you can come in and buy these satchels and try your luck at either getting one of those recipes that you can either learn or potentially sell for hundreds to even millions of gold, or you can just use it to get some more mats. All right, the last and final use of artisan security, at least that's coming to mind right now. Well, I suppose there's 2 more uses of artisan security. Some professions do use them for crafting certain items or for certain cooldowns, right? Blacksmithing comes to mind. Engineering has one that I don't think uses artisan security, so scratch that. So the 2 professions that I believe that use artisan security to actually craft items is the alchemy research, which you'll do once a day, as well as the blacksmithing, one of the blacksmithing cooldowns. Right, so artisan security super valuable, and the bulk of what you will get from the number one-time source is going to be through the quest that we just completed. Beyond this, you will mainly get artisan security with each of the knowledge points, and basically the rate that you acquire them at is that for one knowledge for one profession knowledge point, you'll tend to get 5 artisans acuity. There are some exceptions to that rule in the form of first craft bonuses for recipes that you learn off the trainer, as well as for knowledge points that you get from certain specific sources like the knowledge point treasures and from the Kej book. And we'll explain what all of that means later on when we cover knowledge points. But those are the main sources of your artisan's acuity, and that's going to be the main way you spend it. The final way that you're going to spend your artisan's acuity is on recrafting equipment, either for yourself or for other players. Yeah, and sorry, just saying that, I'm realizing that the final way that you can use up your artisan's acuity is also by crafting profession bags. In the War Within, there are bags that you can craft that give you some bonuses to your professions, and those also cost 150 artisan's acuity in most cases. There are some exceptions, but by and large, none of the bags are quite that breathtaking unless you're doing certain very specific things. I don't think there's any of the bags that I would at this stage say anyone absolutely needs, with a few very minor exceptions. But again, they're not really game changers, so I don't think they're worth getting into for a beginner's guide. All right. The other thing is, once we turned in that quest, we got another follow-up quest that basically requires us to head over to the work table for whatever profession we picked up the quest for. And so in our case, we have tailoring. We'll come here and we'll click on this table right here and then go ahead and turn in that quest there. All right, we'll turn in this quest. It'll give us a little bit of experience, a little bit of gold, nothing too major. And it seems like that's the end of the story there, but that's actually not it. Once you've turned in that quest, you'll need to come back to this little hut. You'll need to come back into the Crafter's Enclave here and pick up the weekly profession quest that will ask you to complete a certain number of crafting orders for your profession. We'll cover exactly how you do that in a few minutes here, but pick up that quest as soon as you can. All right. Now we have both of our professions trained. Let's go ahead and fly back to our NPC here. And at this stage, we are ready to start leveling up these professions. I would go ahead and add your professions to your toolbar, just so that they're a little bit more easy to access. But again, that's personal preference. All right, and I think this is now the point at which we are ready to cover Craftsim at long, long last. All right, so the number one add-on that I recommend for gold making in this expansion is going to be this add-on right here called Craftsim. And you'll see already on screen, we have 2 windows that Craftsim is putting in front of us. The first is this window up here, which basically gives us access to all of the other various windows that Craftsim has, as well as this one right here that shows us our concentration. Now, what does all this mean? Let's take a quick little pause here to cover. All right, at this stage, I'm trying to think of a good transition here. Chat, if you guys have any ideas, let me know. But I think we're going to cover crafting stats real quick. I know we covered them on stream previously, but I thought we'd just do a quick little recap, just so that it's all in one place for anyone who may be interested or joining the stream for the first time. But okay, now that we've trained our professions and we've gotten our quests out of the way, we can get into the actual crafting professions and how all of this works. Now, there's a couple of different things. Like I touched on, we have this Craftsim add-on here, but we'll go into more detail about that in a second. I think to start off with, we're probably best going through what the new crafting stats are and what they all mean. All right, so to begin with, we have this one up top that's called recipe difficulty. Now, all this means is this is how difficult the recipe is to craft, right? It's fairly self-explanatory, I suppose. And basically what we need to do is we need to have, well, you know what? Let's take a quick little break and then come back because I need to reset my mind a bit. As you guys may be able to tell, I'm fumbling my words a little bit. Let's take a quick little break. I'm going to stretch a bit, and then we'll come back and go through the different stats. We'll go through Craftsim, and I like this deep dive intro. Thank you. All right, let's take a quick little break, and we'll come back and hopefully be a little bit refreshed, and I won't be mumbling as much. All right? So see you guys in a few. All right, gang, and we are back. How's everybody doing? How are we feeling? Are we enjoying the guide? Are we learning? Today's stream, we're basically doing a complete beginner's guide to World of Warcraft gold making. And so we covered some add-ons already, and we trained our professions, did the initial startup quests, and now we are going to cover the crafting stats, what they all mean, how you get more of them, why you would want more of them, what each of them do, and so forth. All right, so right at the top here, starting off, we have recipe difficulty. And what this means is that we need to have this much skill in order to be able to guarantee crafts of this item at rank 3. As a quick summary, basically the way things work in the War Within and since Dragonflight is basically items now, crafted items now come in, crafted and gathered items, I guess reagents and crafted items. What's a good catch-all term for those? I don't know if we have one, but basically crafting materials come in 3 different quality levels: rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3. All right. And finished goods come in the same, come in either 3 quality ranks, or if they're pieces like equipment, they come in up to as many as 5 ranks. And you'll see here, right, depending on the quality of the item, you have a different item level for each, which basically means that they have more or less stats. A rank 1 item is going to have less main stats, right? We're going to have a smaller amount of main stat, we're going to have a smaller amount of stamina, whatever it may be. A rank 5, however, will have substantially more of those stats because of the fact that they're a higher item level, and so they have a higher stat budget being a higher item level. All right. Now, coming back to the crafting stats, basically this recipe difficulty right here just means that we need that much skill in order to be able to craft this item at the maximum quality. All right. So in the case of items that are materials that have 3 quality levels, we would need basically to have this much skill in order to guarantee craft these at rank 3. If it's an item, on the other hand, that has 5 item levels, right, and you can see that by just mousing over either end of the stars here that you see, right, the little diamonds reflect what the item level of each of these are, or what the crafted quality level is. And you'll also see them on the actual items here. You'll see that crafting reagents have this little 1, 2, or 3 stars in the top left corner, and gear will have it listed just below, basically at the bottom of the tooltip, right? Just below what the item level requirement is, or whatever the embellishment or like special stats and things are on these items. All right. Now, there's a handful of different ways that we're going to get skill in order to be able to hit this recipe difficulty. All right. Right below this, we can see the skill row, which basically shows us how much skill we currently have towards this. All right. There are a whole bunch of different ways that we're going to be getting skill. It's no longer as simple as crafting items that give us skill in order to max out this bar. That is going to be one of the major sources of the skill that we get. But there's also going to be things like these 3 profession slots that we see up here, right? And each profession now has 2 profession accessory slots and a profession tool slot. Each of these will give us some bonus skill, all right? Leveling up the profession, as I mentioned, will also give us some skill. The other sources of skill are going to be, first of all, using better quality materials. Using rank 3 materials is going to give us a lot more skill towards crafting this item than using, say, rank 1 materials. All right. The other source of skill, and usually the largest source of skill for crafting any given item, is going to come through the specialization tree. And this is why the knowledge points we discussed earlier are super, super important. Because basically to fill out your talent tree system for each profession, which, by the way, every single profession in the War Within, other than every single primary profession in the War Within, including the gathering professions and of course all the crafting professions, now have talent trees. You'll need to level the profession up to 25 in order to unlock your first talent tree. So we're going to be doing that in a second here. But once we do that, you'll basically then be able to spend those knowledge points in order to unlock different parts of the tree, which will also give you more skill. All right, and that's why gathering knowledge points is super important. There are a bunch of different ways that we can get knowledge points, and we'll cover that once we're done going through exactly what all these stats mean. All right. But so those are basically the main sources that you're going to have for skill. The first being leveling up the actual profession. The second being your profession accessories and your profession tool. The third being the quality of materials that you use. And the fourth being the talent points and how you spend them. Am I missing anything, chat? Let me know if I'm missing anything. I think that's it, right? I've honestly done this for so long. Like, I've been dealing with this crafting system for so long that I kind of forget how complicated it can sometimes be. But okay, so that's what this column here means, or that's what this row here means. All right. The next row we have is called concentration, and this is a system that's brand new in the War Within. And basically, what it allows us to do is bridge the amount of skill that we need in order to craft this item at the next quality level. So what that means is right now with one skill and using rank 1 materials, we would be able to craft this at level 1, right? At quality level 1. If we were to use up our concentration by clicking this button right here, we would now guarantee craft this at quality level 2. All right. The problem is that we have a limited pool of concentration. All right. And so you'll see in the top left here, of course, this is currently looking a little bit different than it usually would on the default interface because of the fact that we do have this add-on called Craftsim that's prettying this up for us a little bit. But basically up here in the top left, you'll be able to see how much concentration your character has. And so you have 1,000 at any given point, and basically you regain about 60 concentration per hour, whether or not you're logged in or not. Basically, every hour you'll regenerate 60 concentration points, whether or not you're logged into the character. All right. That means that concentration is pretty valuable because not only can you use it to guarantee items at the next quality level using cheaper materials, which in and of itself will give you a bit more profit, but also it's limited in how much you have of it. And so therefore you can't have, even a big auctioneer like me, a big goblin, someone who spends spends almost all of their time in this game crafting, can't do this an unlimited amount of times, right? I need to be selective in what I use my concentration on. All right, so this row right here just tells you how much concentration you would need to use. All right, so 224 is almost a quarter of the concentration I have, especially given the fact that it takes an hour to regenerate 60 of the concentration. This would take a good long time to regen. All right, the way you can minimize the amount of concentration that you need to use is a couple of different things. One, you can increase the amount of skill you have by all of the different methods that we mentioned earlier. And then finally, there are also some finishing reagents that we'll come to in a second and explain what those are that will reduce some of the concentration. There's also a file that you can get, which is basically like a flask that will give you a way to get back some of this concentration. All right. The next crafting stat that we have here is called resourcefulness. And what resourcefulness does is it basically refunds some of the crafting materials you use. So let's say this recipe right here, the Duskweave bolt, requires 2 exquisite weaver cloth bolts and 8 spools of dusk thread. Our resourcefulness is currently at 0%. But if we had, let's say, a 20%, let's say we had 20% resourcefulness, we would basically have a 20% chance of getting some of those materials refunded to us. Now, the ways that we get resourcefulness are going to be through, first and foremost, the profession accessories and the profession tool. There's also an enchant that you can put on your profession tool that will give you more resourcefulness, which will increase your chance of getting materials back. As a result, you may see things on the auction house, or you may see prices in the crafting window that don't make sense, right? Like, items that are the Duskweave bolt, let's say, is selling for less than the cost of the exquisite weaver cloth bolts and the spool of dusk thread. The reason that can happen is because of a stat like resourcefulness. Because actually, if someone's sitting at 25% resourcefulness, it doesn't cost them, it costs them less than the cost of the materials because they know that they're going to be getting some of those materials back. All right. The final way that you can get more resourcefulness is also through the talent tree system. All right. So yeah, I think that more or less covers that. That's resourcefulness. Then we have crafting speed. Now, crafting speed is another stat that, again, we can get from our profession accessories or our profession tool. I don't believe there's an enchant for it, but there's also a buff that you can get if you, select the weaver in Ajkahet as your reputation for the severed threads, which will give you initially 15% bonus crafting speed and then 30% crafting speed. There's also a file that you can get that will give you some bonus crafting speed for this. And this just determines how quickly you're able to craft, literally how fast it is for each of these items to craft in, once you hit the button. So let's say you're crafting 20 of them, it takes 10 minutes to craft 20 items. Let's say if you have a 30% reduction, it'll now get completed in 7 minutes instead. I think I said 20 minutes. So I think we all understand how crafting speed works, but let's do this the right way. Let's say it takes 10 minutes to craft 10 of these items. If you have 30% crafting speed, it'll now take 7 minutes instead. Now, you can get a profession tool that does have crafting speed on it, but in almost all cases, I would recommend not going for that on your profession equipment because of the fact that it doesn't actually make you more gold or save you any more gold. I would instead recommend going with something like resourcefulness, which will save you materials, or the next stat that we have on here, which is called multicraft. And multicraft, I would say, is by far the most powerful crafting stat that's available to us at present. Now, it's not available on every single craft, right? Multicraft you will tend to see on items like reagents or in some cases on things like spell threads, right? So for instance, the Duskweave bolts does have multicraft, but on something like these bracers, right, or on any of the crafted equipment, you will no longer see multicraft because you're not able to proc multicraft on these. You can't. You're not going to be able to use it to do something like, provide materials for one bracer for one cloak and have a chance to get multiple cloaks out of it. Unfortunately, that's not how that works. But multicraft, where it's available on items like finishing reagents, things like the spell threads, and a couple of other items, you will want as much multicraft as you can possibly get in most cases. All right, and what multicraft does very simply is it gives you a chance to have more items crafted with the same amount of materials. So let's say on the sunset spell thread, right, I need 5 adorning ribbons, 8 duskweave bolts, 5 gleaming shards, and 12 spools of dusk thread. As the recipe stands, I would craft one of these sunset spell threads. If, however, I have multicraft, then whatever percentage chance this has is the chance that I craft more than one of these items. Now, by and large, that can proc anywhere from 1 to 5 additional items. You can also increase the amount of items you proc by spending points in your specialization tree. Now, how do we get more multicraft? Well, you can get it through your profession accessories or your profession tool. Unfortunately, there isn't an enchant for your profession tool that will give you more multicraft. Instead, you'd probably have to use the second best crafting stat, which is resourcefulness. So that's what I would recommend using as an enchant, but multicraft, wherever you can get it, however much you can get of it, you want to ideally max this out if it's an item that you're trying to craft that has multicraft available to it. The final stat that we have available here is Ingenuity. And what Ingenuity does, it's a completely new stat in the War Within that didn't exist in Dragonflight or earlier iterations of the profession system. And basically this gives you a chance to refund some of the concentration that you use. So the higher this percentage, the higher the chance is that you get some of your concentration refunded to you. All right, and as we said earlier, you can use concentration to basically craft items for cheaper, but at a limited amount. And so if you're able to get some of your concentration refunded to you, you can then craft more of those items at a cheaper cost and therefore make more overall gold. Now, Ingenuity as well, you will get through your profession accessories. Your profession tool, there is an enchant for it, so you can also enchant your tool to get a little bit more Ingenuity. And finally, from your specialization tree. The specialization tree will also allow you to optimize how much better each of these stats are. So for resourcefulness, multicraft, and Ingenuity, by spending points in your talent tree, you'll be able to improve not only your percentage of having them proc, but also how much they return you when you actually get a proc. So for Ingenuity, in the case of tailoring, for instance, right now, if we had, let's say we just got some items, right? We got some profession accessories or some profession tools that had Ingenuity on them. We would increase this percentage, which would make us more likely to proc Ingenuity. But as it currently stands, we'd only get 50% of our concentration refunded. By going into the talent tree, we will then be able to make it so that when we do proc ingenuity, we actually get back all of our concentration, which makes it super, super powerful as well. All right. And those are all of the major crafting stats. Chat, how are we feeling? Is that clear enough? Are we clear on what the crafting stats do? Is there anything that I'm missing? I do want to cover finishing reagents, but we need some talent points invested to touch on those. And they're a little bit, they can be a little bit more advanced. Although I suppose if we come over to enchanting, we also have these finishing reagent slots available to us. Now, there's a whole bunch of different finishing reagents you can use, and basically these will allow you to optimize different crafting stats, right? So in the case of enchanting, you can see that we have these slots unlocked. For some items, however, you will need to actually have spent... Oh, geez, why can I not find a single one now? Is it just enchanting? Is everything unlocked by default for enchanting? Probably if you come over to some crafted gear. All right, if you come over to wands, I think... What the hell are the wands? Okay, apparently not. So for some professions, you will need to actually spend your knowledge points in order to be able to use finishing reagents with these items. Some items, especially crafted gear, will also have optional reagent slots. And these as well, by and large, will require you in most cases to spend some knowledge points into the specific tree for those items in order to be able to use them. Not all three unlock at once. They sometimes come from different talent trees, and usually mousing over the little lock icon will tell you exactly where you need to spend your knowledge points in order to unlock these slots. All right. But coming back to enchanting, where we do have the finishing reagent slots available to us, we can now see what the different finishing reagents available to us are. And the finishing reagents will also come generally in 3 different quality levels. And the first one we can see here is called Bottled Brilliance, and this will basically just increase the chance to gain a skill point. Depending on what quality you use, you'll basically have a higher skill chance, and basically the better quality your finishing reagent, the more benefit it will give you. All right. The first one that we have, we won't go through every single one because these do differ by profession, but high level, for most professions, you will have one that will increase your chance of gaining a skill point. If you're able to use concentration, you will most likely be able to use a finishing reagent called Concentration Concentrate, which will basically allow you to use less concentration every time you use concentration. You'll typically have one that gives you some more ingenuity, which again will give you a percentage chance to refund some of your concentration. You'll generally be able to use one for resourcefulness, which will give you more resourcefulness, which will increase the chance you have of refunding some of your materials. And for certain crafts, you'll also have the option of using a finishing reagent like Mirror Powder, which will give you more multi-craft, which basically increases the chances of you proccing additional materials with the same amount of reagents that you use to craft one single item. All right, so that's the first slot that we have for finishing reagents. Not all items have finishing reagent slots, right? Some items, for instance, something like a Gleaming Shatter, you can't actually use any finishing reagents. It really does differ item to item, and so I would definitely check the item that you're looking to craft before thinking you can use some of these items. Now, some items will also have a second slot for finishing reagents, which will allow you to slot in these items that basically give you additional skill. Now, that can be extremely powerful for multiple reasons. A, because maybe you don't want to use higher quality materials, or in some cases, acquiring these items that give you bonus skill may be cheaper than using higher quality materials. All right. The other thing is you may not have enough artisan security to buy all of your profession accessories. Depending on how much profit margin you have in that item, it may be profitable to buy one of these items instead. And so those are what you would use these for. Secondly, you may also be at a breakpoint, right? You may be just a little bit of skill short in order to guarantee this at the quality level that you want. And so you can then use these items to give yourself that little bit of extra skill until you actually level up the profession enough or find another source of additional skill. And it can be extremely powerful for that. Now, the first 3 of these items you can buy off of the auction house and are completely tradable. The 4th one is soulbound, and so you will need to actually acquire it on this character itself. The way you'll do that is by completing crafting orders, and we'll come back to the crafting orders We'll come back to the crafting orders in a second here, but basically that's how you're going to acquire these finishing reagents that will give you bonus skill. The remaining finishing reagents will generally be crafted by someone with one of these professions. I'm not sure exactly if bottled brilliance, chat, do you guys know where we get bottled brilliance from? I suppose I could look it up, but the rest of these most of these green finishing reagents are going to be crafted by other professions. And so, depending on how much you're crafting, it may even be worth setting up a crafter specifically to craft these finishing reagents either for yourself or to sell on the auction house. And that may seem like it may not be that big of a market, but I've already made over 1 million gold by just crafting finishing reagents with tailoring on one character who specialized specifically into that. So I would say definitely don't sleep on that. There is a lot of gold to be made in these weird niches this expansion. All right. So I think we covered crafting stats. We've covered finishing reagents. Should we touch on optional reagents real quick? Probably worth covering real quick. So optional reagents. Now, as I mentioned, these optional reagent slots for most professions you'll unlock by spending knowledge points into the respective talent trees. But in the case of enchanting, we don't actually need to do that. Now, optional reagents, you have a couple of different options here. The first optional reagent slot will generally allow you to slot in an empowering item that will basically give a higher item level to this item. And in doing so, it will also increase the recipe difficulty, meaning that we need more skill from whichever sources we get them from. So one example of that is going to be the soul sigil that you get. So without using any optional reagents, this item would craft an item level 545 wand. If we slot in the soul sigil, which not only increases the item level, but increases the recipe difficulty, we'll see that the recipe difficulty goes from 300 to 340. And similarly, the item level will go from 545 to 561. All right. The second slot will generally allow you to add an embellishment if it's a piece of gear. And these basically give gear different effects, right? So if you use, let's say, the elemental focusing lens, it'll basically give your spells and abilities a chance to deal bonus magic damage. There's others that do all sorts of different things, right? There's too many of these to list in here, and these are generally also crafted by professions and come in different quality levels. By and large, most of the quality levels will give you the same end effect. It's just the higher quality levels will add less recipe difficulty, which will make it a little bit cheaper to craft these items or require you to use up less concentration. The final slot that we have available to us here is for what's called a missive. And missives are crafted items that allow you to specify the stats that any of your crafted equipment come with. You'll see by default, if we craft this item without a missive, it says random stat, right? It's after stamina on the item here, it shows 2 different random stats. And as you would expect, if you craft this item without using a missive, it will completely randomize what the stats are. Of course, some of these items, may be quite expensive, and you don't want to just randomize what stats you get. You want to be able to pick the stats you get. Maybe what you need on this piece for your character in specific is haste and versatility. And if that's the case, you'll need to head over to the auction house and pick up one of these Algari missives of the Aurora, which will give you haste and versatility. Now, there exist missives for every single type of stat combination, right? And they come in 3 different qualities. Again, the main difference is going to simply be in the amount of recipe difficulty that they add. And so basically, it'll be cheaper to craft the finished reagent. Again, you may need to do some trial and error. If mats are pretty cheap, you can probably get away with using a rank 1 missive and saving gold on, whatever reagents you're going to be using. Yeah, and the missives also exist for, very importantly, your profession equipment. Let me start that over. The other reason, the other case in which you're going to want to use missives is for crafting your profession equipment, specifically the profession tools. The profession accessories come with fixed stats. The only difference that you'll have between the different profession equipment is going to be on the amount of stats that you get, but the stats are fixed. The profession tool, however, this final slot here, you can pick the stats on, and the way you'll pick those stats is by basically providing whoever's crafting it for you with a missive. And these again come in 3 different quality levels, and the quality level will determine how much additional difficulty is added. It won't make a difference to how much actual stat you get. The only difference as to how much of the stat you get will be the item level of the item that you craft in the first place. All right, I think that's more or less it in terms of finishing reagents and optional reagents. I should probably mention that there are a bunch of different optional reagents that you can use. There's also some for PvP gear, for instance, right, that will come from doing PvP, which are these Forged Combatants Heraldry. And probably another one that's worth me touching on just very quickly is going to be something called a Spark. And this is basically an item that you'll get from doing different endgame content every week. You get the ability to unlock, basically every week you unlock another half spark. You'll combine 2 of those sparks in order to craft 1 spark that you can then use to craft a piece of endgame gear. That will generally be a pretty high eye level, and you can improve that further by using different optional reagents to push that item level even further. These items, however, are bound on pickup, and in order to get these items crafted, either for yourself or for others, if you're not able to craft them yourself, you'll need to use the crafting order system, which we'll come to shortly. All right, but that's basically everything you need to know at a glance about optional reagents and finishing reagents. Hopefully that helps. Chat, how are we feeling? Any questions? Was that thorough enough? Was that too detailed? All right. No news is good news as far as I'm concerned. So if no one's saying anything in chat, I'm just going to keep moving on. But okay. So I'm wondering if at this point, I think at this point we should probably get into Craftsim, right? All right. Let's get into Craftsim. So the third add-on that I would strongly recommend everyone use for gold making is going to be this add-on right here called Craftsim. And I think this is probably without a doubt the most powerful gold making add-on that exists in the War Within. The profession system, as we just covered, you know, there's a whole bunch of different crafting stats, and they can be a little bit complicated, but sorry, one second, let me rephrase that. So the crafting stats system, as we mentioned, can be quite complicated. There can be quite a bit of math involved to figure out exactly what your profit margins are and so forth. And that's where an add-on like Craftsim comes in super handily. Now, Craftsim is an extremely powerful add-on, but as a result, they also have a bunch of different windows here. Genju, the guy who creates Craftsim, is an absolute wizard and I cannot say enough good things about this add-on, because this add-on alone has probably made me at least 20 to 30 million gold at this point. And that's no joke, because it got released in Dragonflight, and between Dragonflight and the War Within so far, I've probably made at least 20 to 30 million gold. And I would have made much less gold if I didn't have an add-on like this doing all of the math for me. So I would strongly recommend, you know, if you're so inclined, you can definitely set up a spreadsheet and try and work out all this math for yourself. But if you're watching a beginner's guide like this, you're probably looking for a simpler solution, in which case Craftsim is your lifesaver right here. All right. So I think I was initially thinking that we would go through each of these windows in order, but I think probably the better move is to go through in terms of how important I think they are. And the first and most important window that I think we need to cover is this average profit window right here, and you'll enable that by just checking the box right here, and that'll add this little window down here. And what this does is it allows you to see what your average profit is per craft. All right, now this is assuming that you're going to use whatever materials you have slotted in here. As you can see, we have rank 1 storm dust slotted in, and we do not have any of the other materials in our bags, but Craftsim will default to using rank 1 materials. And so assuming that, we would basically make 3 gold, 75 silver profit for each craft that we have. This window right here will account for not only the mats that we have slotted in here, but also for our multi-craft and resourcefulness. Now, of course, right now we don't have any multi-craft or resourcefulness, so it's not including that in these calculations right here. But as we start to get more multi-craft and resourcefulness, it will start to account for that here. All right, so the first row here shows us the average profit per craft as well as in percentage. The row below that shows us the value of each point of multicraft. What that means is right now we have 0 multicraft. If we were to get 1 more point of multicraft, it would be worth 5 silver and 82 copper for this craft. So each additional point of multicraft we can get is worth basically 5 silver and 82 copper. If we get 10 additional points of multicraft from whichever source we choose, that would be worth 50 silver. Right? And so we would basically, this number right here, the average profit per craft, would go up by 50 silver. Similarly, resourcefulness, this row right here shows us the value of resourcefulness per point of additional resourcefulness. All right. The final row here works kind of backwards in that it basically gives us more of an output metric. What I mean by that is this row right here will show us basically how much gold we're getting per point of concentration that we're spending. So to craft this at rank 2, we would need to use up 175 concentration, and the amount of gold that it will save us, the value that we're getting per point of concentration that we're going to spend on this is going to be 21 copper. So at a glance, if we're trying to decide whether we should use up our concentration for exquisite weaver cloth bolts or for dawn weave bolts, or you know what, let's pick a better example here. If we're trying to decide between using up our concentration on exquisite weaver cloth bolts, where we get 21 copper per point of concentration, or on weaver cloth bandages, never mind, that was a bad example. All right, let's do that again. If we're trying to decide between using up our concentration on something like exquisite weaver cloth bolt, where we get 21 copper per point of concentration, or the dusk weave bolt, where we get 46 silver and 59 copper per point of concentration, we would want to instead use up our concentration on the dusk weave bolt. As we covered, concentration is a limited resource, and so we would instead want to obviously use it on the dusk weave bolt and not use any of it on our exquisite weaver cloth bolts. All right, so that's this window right here, which I think is by far the most important window that Craftsim will add. The other reason that this is super important is because Craftsim offers this feature called simulation mode, and simulation mode is extremely powerful for a handful of reasons. The first being because by checking this box, we can now play around and see how things would work depending on different material qualities, right? We can click here and see what will happen if we use different reagent qualities, as well as if we were to use different finishing reagents, right? So if we use one that gives us more multi-craft, that may increase or decrease our amount of profit. All right. Similarly, if we use an item that gives us more skill, how does that impact, our overall profit? How much does that impact? How much concentration we need to use, right? This is, I would say, the most powerful part of Craftsim, is that it allows you to simulate all of that without actually having to either buy the materials or having to actually spend your knowledge points or, picking up the profession equipment that you may or may not, if you're trying to pick between whether you should get, let's say, resourcefulness or multi-craft on your profession tool, this is exactly how you would figure that out. You could come in here and say, add 120 multi-craft, and you'll see how much of a difference that makes on your profit, right? Versus if you come in here and you add 120 resourcefulness, you can see how much of a difference that makes on your profit. All right. There are a couple of other windows that we're going to look at that do interact with the simulation mode that are super relevant as well. So we'll come back to that. But suffice it to say, the simulation mode is extremely powerful because you can then simulate what will happen if you, let's say, have more skill. Let's say you're at about 50 skill and you've got 10,000 gold. You're trying to figure out if you should spend that 10,000 gold on leveling your profession further, or in grabbing one of your profession accessories or one of your profession tools, or if you should use it on higher quality materials. Well, you can figure all of that out without spending a single gold by coming in here and tinkering around with all these different columns, all the different input fields that the add-on gives you, and figure out where you should spend your gold, for instance. All right. With that said, I'm getting a phone call, so we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll come back and look at the rest of this very, very powerful add-on. We'll then spend a little bit of time leveling up tailoring, just so that we can then go into the specialization trees and take a look at what that looks like and how Craftsim interacts with all of that. And then we will take a look at the Weekly Knowledge add-on and go through knowledge points real quick, and then wrap up the stream here for today. And then coming back on Wednesday's stream, we will be taking a look at tailoring and enchanting and the main builds I recommend in those professions for most players to at least have one of. Right? If you're just getting started off in the professions, these are going to be the two professions I recommend, and the specific builds that I recommend we'll cover on Wednesday's stream. And then, of course, on Friday's stream, we will be having the Gummy Pet giveaway. So if you're enjoying the stream, please drop a follow, consider subscribing. It really does help your boy out. If you're watching on YouTube, drop a like on the video. It really does help me out as well. And if any of what I've said it was unclear, or I could you guys have any questions or anything like that, drop them in chat. But that said, let's take a quick little break and we'll come back and get back to it. All right, so see you guys in a few. Sorry, guys. Had to cough right as I hit the return stream button. What's up, gang? Hello, everyone. What's up? I see we have a bunch of people joining us on Twitch and on YouTube. Hello, everyone everywhere. How's everybody doing? Today's stream, we are doing a complete beginner's guide to World of Warcraft gold making. So far, we have covered a few add-ons. We've covered Auctionator. We've covered Journalator. We've covered... we touched on Bagonator, which is... not really a gold making add-on, more of a quality of life thing, and that's more of a personal preference thing. What else? We are now currently going through Craftsim. We also trained professions and covered the introductory quests to get started with the war within professions. All right. Up next, we're going to continue going through Craftsim, because Craftsim is extremely powerful and can be a little bit complicated and intimidating for some people, especially if you've never used it before. But it's by far the most powerful add-on for gold making, and it's not even close in my mind. That said, we also have another add-on called WeeklyKnowledge, which we'll be covering shortly. But yeah, next on stream, we're basically going to continue our run through of Craftsim. We covered crafting stats in a bit more detail as well. We're going to continue we're going to finish off covering all the different Craftsim features, and then we're going to get into leveling the profession a little bit, and then yeah, we've got to cover profession equipment. We've still got talent trees, knowledge points, right? We still got a couple more things to cover. If you guys are watching live and you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Let me know what's up. I very much want this to be interactive. I know the stream's been a little bit more lecture-y than my streams usually are, because I'm just kind of ranting and trying to put together a beginner's guide to gold making. But of course, it is a live stream, and so it is always fun if we're going back and forth a little bit, right? Okay, so. If you are watching live, thank you so much again. And if you're watching the video on demand later on, drop a message in the comments. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if this kind of content is helpful, if you guys want to see more of this, or if there's any other topics within this sort of space that you'd like me to talk more about, or any other related topics, anything that I'm not going into sufficient depth about, let me know in the comments or chat, and I will be happy to cover that either on this stream or in a future stream. But okay, so we covered the different crafting stats, and we covered the Craftsim average profit window here. And I think this in and of itself is more than enough reason to have Craftsim enabled, right? We covered simulation mode and kind of how that works. The next window that I'm going to say is going to be super powerful is going to be the top gear window. As we covered earlier in the stream and earlier in the video, for those of you watching on YouTube, you will have different profession accessories and specifically different profession tools that at some point you will probably want to have multiple profession tools with different crafting stats on them. As we mentioned, in the profession tools, you can use missives to specify which crafting stat you have on them. And so, sorry, smelling dinner being cooked, and that smells good as heck. It threw me off for a second. Anyway, basically you can use a crafting missive to pick different stats for your crafting tool. As a result, at some point, you will probably want to have multiple tools, right? You may want to have, depending on what profession you're using, you may want to have you'll almost certainly want to have one tool that has resourcefulness, which you'll want to use when you're crafting items in bulk. If you're crafting items that have multi-craft, then you may want a tool that has multi-craft on it as well. And if you're doing concentration crafts, you're probably going to want a tool that has ingenuity on it. Similarly, you can enchant these differently as well. And basically what this window right here, Craftsim Top Gear, will do is you can basically set what you want it to prioritize, and it will automatically tell you which of the equipment in your which of the items in your which of the profession tools in your bags are going to make you the most gold off of the current craft that you have loaded up. All right, so that's this window right here is extremely powerful as well, and this does work with simulation mode as well. So if you want to see which tool you should be using with rank 3 materials, you can go ahead and switch on simulation mode, select the quality crafting reagents that you plan on using, and it will update here the tools that you want to use. Maybe a little bit easier to make sense of once we actually have profession tools. So we'll take a look at this again once we have a profession tools. But coming over to the next windows that we should probably look at now. The next window that's probably going to be super important for the bulk of crafters is going to be this window right here called Craftsim Reagent Optimization. And what this will do is it will show you not only what the maximum quality item you can craft with your current stats is, using this drop down here. So basically currently with the amount of skill that I have, right, the amount of stats I have and so forth, the maximum quality that I can craft this item at is at rank 3. And the way I would do that is basically by using all rank 2 materials. So we can do that by selecting rank 3 here. We'll hit this assign button here and it'll tell us that if we use rank 2 materials and then 152 concentration, we can now craft these items at rank 3. All right. That can be super handy if you want to see, you know, what it would cost you to craft these at different quality levels. Similarly, additionally, you can also check this top profit button right here, which will then figure out which quality level of this item is actually the most profitable. All right. So like I said, this first row will show you the maximum quality. You can choose whether you want to prioritize on making it at the highest quality possible, or if you want to see the highest profit quality, right? Reachable quality will be just below that. The average profit with these items will be here. Concentration value, again, these we sort of covered already. Now, the other nice feature that this offers is that it can also automatically optimize things like the concentration value for you. It can also optimize the finishing reagents for you, including if you want to use some of the soulbound finishing reagents you have. And so hitting this button right here, let's come over maybe to something that will have a finishing reagent that actually makes sense to use. I don't think any of those items. Maybe the spell threads. Let's see here. Doesn't seem to be the case. Probably if you come over to some of these enchants, I think it should recommend that we use... yeah, sure, why not? Let's go with this one. Let's use concentration. That's kind of annoying. Is there another? Well, I think we just have too little skill. But basically, this window right here will... I can't even talk anymore. Jeez. Okay, so this window right here, if you hit Advanced Optimization, will even tell you if you should be using, let's say, a resourcefulness finishing reagent or something of that nature. So very, very powerful tool here as well. Also because of the fact that some of these items, once you have enough skill, you may be able to guarantee these items at rank 2 using either rank 1 or rank 2 materials. And so by hitting the advanced optimization button here, or by just selecting that item here, in some cases, it may not actually be cheapest to use rank 1 materials. It may be cheaper for you to use rank 2 materials instead. The auction house can be a little weird, and sometimes rank 2 materials are selling for cheaper than the rank 1 equivalents. And so this window right here will tell you what the cheapest use is going to be. So in the case of, for instance, these Duskweave bolts, using rank 1 materials will actually make us less gold than if we use rank 2 materials, right? And we can see that we'll make more gold by using the more expensive materials, even though both of those will end up with us crafting a rank 2 item. And so that's this window right here. Extremely powerful as well and works really well with the simulation mode in specific. Now, the next window that I think we should probably look at is the not the craft results windows. Never mind. Where is the window that I'm looking for? Price details. All right, the next window that I'm going to touch on is the price details window. And this is, again, more of a quality of life feature than it is an actual gold making thing, but I think definitely helps a lot. What this window does is it basically shows you all the different qualities that this item can be crafted at. It shows you how many you have in your inventory as well as how many you have in the auction house. So if you're trying to decide what you need to craft more of, this can be super handy. Secondly, it will also show you what the price of each of these items are. So let's say you've crafted a whole bunch of rank 3s and you already have enough rank 3s. Well, it'll tell you that you can also craft these at rank 2 profitably, or heck, you can even craft these at rank 1 profitably. And so maybe you have enough stock on rank 3s and rank 2s, but you don't have enough stock on rank 1, or however it works out. This also gives you the prices at a glance, which can be handy because right now this guy can only guarantee them at rank 2. But For instance, if we're able to see here that actually the rank 3s have a lot more profit, and so it may be worth focusing this character's build, spending their knowledge points towards being able to craft these at rank 3, right? Having this at a glance allows you to sort of see the values and make those calculations. It works especially well for the gear, right? Where you can now see that the rank 5 version of this item is actually way more profitable than any of the other ranks. And so it would be worth getting to the point that we can craft these at rank 5 there, because that's where the bulk of the profit is. All right. Now, other windows that we should cover real quick. I think probably the concentration tracker here is important for us to touch on as well. And this will just show you the total concentration that you have on this character for this profession. Probably worth mentioning as well that concentration is specific to each profession. So if we have tailoring and enchanting, enchanting has a separate concentration pool from tailoring. And Craftsim will not only show us that here, but if we mouse over this, it will then also show us, the concentration that we have on all of our other characters for each of the professions they have. Not only will it show us how much concentration they currently have unspent, but it will also show us a little tracker right here in the green text. It will tell us when we expect them to be at full regen. This is especially handy if you have characters that you're only using for concentration crafting, because mine is a terrible example because I haven't been using my concentration, which is not what you should do. You should use up all of your concentration as much as you can because it will earn you as much gold as possible. But at a glance, you can see, which of your characters are max on concentration, and if not, when they will be at max concentration. And we'll take a look at the options in a second here, but basically you'll be able to see at a glance, how much time it's going to be until you have full concentration again. So that's this handy little window here. Now, the other window that I think is particularly important and that makes Craftsim as powerful as it is this window right here called the specialization info. And what this window does is it shows us a couple of handy things. The first thing it does is it shows us all of the specific talent trees that will give us additional skill or additional stats to crafting these specific items. And you will see as I go through different items, these talent trees are sort of shifting around. All right. And that's useful for a couple of different things. First of all, we don't have the talent trees unlocked yet on this character. As you'll only unlock that at skill level 25. We'll do that in a second here. But in the meantime, we can at a glance see from here, each of the talent trees that we have available here will have a bit of flavor text, will have a bit of a description that will explain what they do, but doesn't necessarily tell us specifically which items they give us a benefit to. And similarly on this page in the default interface, I don't really have a great way of figuring out where I need to spend knowledge points to get more skills or more stats to craft, let's say, these gloves of the woven dusk. Craftsim gives us all of that data handily in one space right here. And so let's say we decided we want this crafter to be able to craft the gloves of the woven dusk at the highest quality possible. Now, reading through the individual talent trees may give us some indication of how we can get better at crafting this item, but it's not entirely clear. And the Craftsim specialization info not only gives us that at a glance, right, all of the different trees that we can get better stats to craft this item with, but it also tells us how much, right, which can be handy if we're trying to figure out whether or not we can compete in a market like this. The reason that's important is because let's say we come over to something that we can put on the auction house, like a Daybreak spell thread, right? We can see at a glance here that the talent tree that through our talents, we can get a total of 225 bonus skill. We can also get an extra 210 multi-craft. Now, if we know that we're not going to be able to either afford with gold or afford with Artisan's Acuity the best tools, sorry, let me scrap that because that doesn't make any sense. We're talking about the talent tree here. If we know that we don't have enough knowledge points and we're not going to be able to get enough knowledge points to max out the amount of multicraft we have for this item, it's probably a fair assumption that we're not going to be able to compete with other players on the auction house for this item. Right. Similarly, we can see for resourcefulness, ingenuity, right? We can see exactly how much of a difference each of these talent trees are going to make to being able to craft this item. The other really powerful thing that happens with this is that we can use it in conjunction with simulation mode to figure out exactly where we want to spend our knowledge points. All right. And so let's say we've gathered some knowledge points, and we're figuring out, and we've decided that we want to craft a Daybreak spell thread. We're trying to figure out where to spend, let's say, 30 knowledge points. We can come in here and we can test out whether we should spend those 30 knowledge points here, right? And we can then see how much of a difference it makes on our profit margin. And we can see it hasn't budged from 36% whether or not we spend additional knowledge points here. However, so we probably shouldn't spend our first 30 knowledge points on the spell thread tree. Instead, if we spend those same 30 knowledge points on the less is more multi-craft tree, we can see our profit margin goes from 36% to 25%. I mean, in these cases, it's negative because we have no skill. But if we had, we can see that the profit margin improved by a fairly significant amount. And so if we had to spend 30 knowledge points and we had to decide between spending them in the spell thread tree or into the less is more tree, we should definitely spend them in the less is more tree. That's going to give us more bang for our buck. Right? And that's super important because knowledge points, although they have added catch-up mechanics and a couple of other systems in this expansion that makes it a little bit easier to catch up, there's no way of refunding or re-rolling your knowledge points. And so you need to be very, very careful with how you spend your knowledge points, at least to begin with. Once you've maxed out, your knowledge points for the items that you want to be able to craft, then it's a little bit less of a concern. But at least early on, you need to be very, very careful with how you spend your knowledge points because there's no way to refund them or roll them back. And so this window right here will save you a lot of time, effort, frustration, because you can test out where you spend your knowledge points prior to actually spending them. All right. And I think that more or less covers that. Is there anything else I'm missing about the specialization info? I think so. At this point, I would say that these are the most these are the most important windows of Craftsim by a pretty decent long shot, right? Now, in terms of quality of life features, there's a handful that Craftsim has as well. One of them is this craft buffs window right here. And what this window does is it basically shows you all of the different buffs that you can get for whatever item you're crafting. Now, for tailoring, tailoring doesn't have a profession-specific buff. Instead, you can use things like the file of concentrated ingenuity, which will give you a little bit more ingenuity. You can use the file of enhanced ambidexterity, which will give you a bit more crafting speed. Or, as I mentioned, there's this reputation locked buff that'll give you a bit more crafting speed, and that's called the Weaver's Tutelage, and that'll show you that right at the beginning, at the bottom here. Now, for tailoring, not a huge difference, right? The ingenuity one could make a difference, but there's nothing really that gives you additional skill or anything like that. If we come over to enchanting, however, we'll see at the bottom that there is a buff called Shattered Essence. And this is actually a crafting buff that you unlock through the talent tree. And this buff will basically give you additional stats. It'll give you some more multi-craft. It'll give you some more resourcefulness, depending on how many skill points you put into it. If you come into simulation mode, you'll then be able to simulate the buffs as well. And you can check this box here. And if you have the knowledge points correctly spent, it will also it will add those crafting stats to your calculations here. So it's super handy for the simulation. But the other thing that I like to use it for is as a reminder as to whether or not I have the correct crafting buffs up for whatever profession I'm trying to craft with. So for enchanting, I'll use this, I make it a habit to double check this window real quick before I craft anything to make sure that I have the correct buffs up for whatever profession I'm crafting on. So again, will this necessarily make you more gold? I mean, maybe if you have a tendency like me to forget having these buffs up, but otherwise it's a nice quality of life feature, all right? Another great quality of life feature is the craft queue. And this is extremely powerful for a handful of different reasons. One, you can use it to craft, to queue up items. Once you figured out, let's say we figured out the absolute best way or the way that we want to craft this item is using concentration and using, this finishing reagent, this quality materials, and we want to craft 5 of them. Now, either we break out a little notebook and we write down that, we need 25 of the rank 2 storm dust and we need 5 of the concentration concentrate, and we do the math to figure out how much concentration that's going to cost us, etc. Or we just hit this little button right here and add that to the craft queue. And then we can queue up 5 of these, and it will automatically tell us not only how much concentration we're going to use up, but also what our overall profit is for this entire craft. And this works particularly well with Auctionator. I'll show you guys exactly how in a second. But the craft queue has a bunch of other handy uses as well. You can also use it to, with one button, queue up all of your first crafts, which I'll also be covering later on in the video. What exactly first crafts are and what the first craft bonuses are and why that matters, but you can use this button to do that. You can also use it to queue up patron orders, which we'll also cover in a few minutes here. And you can also lastly use it to queue up items from the recipe scan window. Now, that brings us to the recipe scan window. And the recipe scan window is also extremely powerful. What this allows you to do is basically scan every single recipe for your given profession for whichever expansion you set it to. And so if we come to the recipe scan window, this is what that looks like. We'll come over to scan options. And here we have a couple of different choices. The first is the scan mode, and by and large, I would recommend keeping this to optimize reagents. Second of all, we have the sort mode. And this we'll generally want to pick one of 3 things to set this to. Most often, if I'm looking for items to craft in bulk, I'll set this to relative profit. If I'm looking at how to spend my concentration, I'll come down to concentration value and select that instead. All right. Relative profit just means the percentage profit, and then the profit is the raw gold profit. So let's say there are 2 items, one that you make a 25% margin at, but it only makes you 5 gold. And another item that you only make a 10% profit margin on, but it actually makes you 500 gold. If you sort by relative profit, it'll show you the item that has 25% profit margins up top, versus if you sort by profit, it'll show you the item that gives you 500 gold profit at the top. Include soulbound is up to you. Generally, I will not have this checked on. Include not learn. Generally, this you will want to have if you're trying to you will want to have switched on if you're trying to figure out what item to craft, because you may not have either unlocked the other recipes, or in the case of some of these recipes that cost artisan's acuity, like we discussed, or that are locked behind some of the talent trees, you may be trying to decide whether it makes sense to spend those knowledge points to spend the artisan's acuity, or lastly, if it's a PvP recipe or one of the recipes that you can pick up at the auction house, you may not want to spend 100,000 gold on that recipe before figuring out if it's worth it or not. And this box right here will help you figure that out. Generally, I would include gear because gear sells particularly well on individual servers, but also if you're struggling with the region-wide auction house, which is extremely competitive, gear are some of the best items that you can craft because of the fact that they're limited to your individual server. And even if you're having bad luck on your server and margins super terrible, or you just get undercut right away, you can very easily craft those items and sell them on other servers using something like my guide to cross-realm trading, which will be coming soon. And if it is, I'll link it in the description below. Lastly, only favorites is handy because I'll typically, once I've, we'll ignore that, but you can choose, it's a personal preference. You can check only favorites if you only have a handful of items that that this crafter is specialized into, and you only want to take a look at those. All right. I would generally leave optimized profession tools enabled. Optimized sub-recipes is really up to you. It's an extremely powerful tool, and basically what this will do is if we're looking at, let's say, crafting exquisite weavercloth bolts, this uses weavercloth bolts. Now, weavercloth bolts are also an item that we can craft. Checking this box that says optimize sub-recipes will do those calculations as well. So it will not only check if it's profitable to craft exquisite weavercloth bolts, but it will also tell you if it's profitable for you to first craft your own weavercloth bolts. The only downside to this is that it does use up a boatload of RAM. And so generally, whenever I do it on stream, we end up crashing the entire stream or my recording software OBS. And so I tend to leave that unchecked. But if you don't have as many crafters as I do, or if you're not, recording this for whatever purposes, then you can go ahead and check that and make a little bit more gold that way. Now, the next option you have here is optimize reagents, which is top profit, max quality. And what that means is basically it won't figure out what profit you would make at the highest quality that you can craft this at. Instead, it'll prioritize what gives you the most profit. So in a lot of cases, you'll notice for a lot of these items, while rank 3 would theoretically seem to be the best item to craft, for a lot of items, you can actually make more gold by crafting rank 2s. And generally, because of the fact that the rank 2s sell for a lot cheaper, they tend to have a higher sale rate, as in more rank 2s get sold on a daily basis than the rank 3s do. And so, by and large, if you're trying to figure out what to do for profit, I would leave that checked on. All right, the next option you have is optimize concentration value. Again, this depends on whether or not you're trying to figure out what to craft with your concentration or what you're trying to craft in bulk. And lastly, you have the optimized finishing reagents, which I would recommend checking on. All right. Once we've done all of that, we can come over to either tailoring or enchanting, depending on whatever profession you want to focus on, and we'll hit the scan recipes button here. And this will then scan every possible recipe that exists in tailoring and tell us which of these are the most profitable that we can craft. And in this case, for instance, the PvP gear is profitable. Now, you will need to take this with a grain of salt, because what this is telling us to do is to craft this gear at rank 2. Now, while you might be able to sell these at rank 2, it's unlikely that they will sell better at rank 2 than they will at rank 5. The meta at this stage for most gear is that it will sell best at rank 5, and that's most crafted gear, most profession equipment, and things like that. However, if we come down and we look at things like spell threads, for instance, I would consider crafting these at rank 2, right? Bags have no item quality. And so this we know we can definitely craft, and we can make a nice 14% margin, 144 gold profit on each of these items. And since there's no quality related to it, it doesn't matter that we don't have any skill, we don't have any profession equipment, or we don't have any knowledge points spent. This is still going to be profitable for us to craft and sell. All right, and so this is extremely powerful. The way this ties into the craft queue is that if we come into restock options here, we can then set a profit threshold and a restock amount for either all recipes or for individual items here, and set custom qualities and things like that for the specific item that we have open in our profession window here. All right. And if we come back to craft queue, we can then hit this restock from recipe scan button, and it should automatically queue up any of the recipes that we have learned, which is super handy to quickly restock items. I realize this is getting a little bit into the weeds of things, and I'm realizing that for a beginner's guide, this isn't particularly useful. So I'll probably cut this out of the actual video that we're doing, because this is a little bit more in depth. I worry that we're getting more into my full Craftsim guide, which isn't really what the point of today's stream is supposed to be. So I think for now we'll just leave it at these windows in the beginner's crafting guide. I think the only other window that's probably worth covering is the cost optimization window. And that's this window right here. And what this will do is it will show you at a glance the cost of each of the input materials, right? Each of the different qualities. So for these weaver cloth bags, we use moss wool thread, which comes off of the vendor. And so there's only one, it doesn't have a quality level to it. But the other items and the other finishing reagents we have come in 3 different qualities. And so at a glance, we can see here what each of those mats cost. All right. The other reason this is handy is because if you're trying to figure out what you can really afford to sell items for, you can just look at this Craftsim cost optimization window right here to figure out at a glance that, look, if we're crafting these Pioneer's Perfected gloves, it actually costs us 93 gold to craft each of these items. Now, I would keep in mind that this doesn't account for things like resourcefulness or multi-craft. This is just how much it costs you to hit the button. And so I think this window is super, super important to figure out what price you can afford to sell each of these items for. Beyond that, let's take a quick look here. Is there anything else that we need to look at that I think is particularly useful for beginners? I don't think there's really anything else. Even this cost optimization window may not actually be worth all that much, and may not make that much of a difference if you're a complete beginner. Gang, what are we thinking? Should I continue deep diving into Craftsim, or should we get back to the point of the stream, which is having a beginner's guide to everything? Oh, sorry, the mic's picking that up, isn't it? All right, sorry, gang. I was just getting down the last of my beef jerky there. All right, I don't see anyone saying anything in chat, so I'm not sure if you guys want me to keep going with the Craftsim thing, but I want to come back to the point of the stream, which is basically having a complete beginner's guide to the professions. All right. I'm trying to think honestly for Craftsim as well. Do we need to have this many windows open? This is a little bit complicated, I suppose, for beginners. So I may or may not edit out some of this. I may just keep this window up because this average profit window is the most important one. Okay, I think next let's touch on profession equipment. All right, and the easiest way to see this is going to be through here. So now, as we mentioned earlier, there are 3 different slots that every crafting profession, that every primary profession, which is crafting and gathering professions, has available to them. You have 2 profession accessory slots and a profession tool slot. Now, for each of these slots, you will have 2 different accessories that are fixed, and they basically have fixed stats on them, as well as 1 tool slot. And the tool slot you can pick the stat for. So these generally for most professions come in 2 quality levels. The first is a green BOE item, which you can pick up off of the auction house. And these do not require any artisan's acuity, and will basically give you 5 skill in the specific profession. All right, there's 2 of them that are accessories, which will give you 5 skill each and give you a little bit of the secondary stats that we covered earlier. Things like resourcefulness, crafting speed, and multicraft. Resourcefulness, crafting speed, multicraft, and ingenuity, as well as 5 bonus skill to the profession each. All right. You will also have a profession tool, which again can be bought off of the auction house, that will give you 8 bonus skill in the profession, as well as a certain amount of and give you a certain amount of a secondary stat that you can choose. If you're buying it off the auction house, you just buy the stat that you're looking for. If you're crafting it for yourself or getting it crafted for you, you can then use a missive to specify which stat you want on it. All right, and so at the very least at this stage, I would recommend trying to get all 3 of the green profession equipment pieces for the bonus skill, as well as for the stats it'll give you. As I mentioned, these items do also have different item quality levels, and so you'll see, if we have a rank 1 Weaver Tailor's coat, it'll give us plus 55 multicraft, whereas if we have a rank 5 version of it, it'll give us 65 multicraft instead. So I would say try and acquire these at the highest item level that you can get. Overall though, other than your profession tool, it really doesn't matter too much because you'll still get the same amount of skill. It'll make a couple silver or maybe even just a few coppers worth of difference in terms of your actual profit between having this at rank 1 and rank 5 versus not having this at all and having it at rank 1. So if your choice is between nothing and a rank 1, get the rank 1. Now, as I mentioned, these come in 2 quality levels. They come in these come in two forms. One is the green BOE version that you can pick up at the auction house, or the second one is the blue BOP version, the bind on pickup version. And these you can only acquire through the crafting order system unless you craft them for yourself. These do cost artisan's acuity, and each of the accessories will cost you 300 artisan's acuity, and then the tool itself will cost you 300 artisan's acuity as well. That generally means if you're trying to figure out how to spend your artisan's acuity and you've decided that you need to spend it on, your profession equipment, I would first recommend going with the tool. The reason for that is twofold. One, it gives you a lot more bonus skill. You'll see that the blue profession tool gives us 18 tailoring skill versus the accessories only give us about 11 additional skill. The second reason is that you'll see that the stat that we get on here, not only can you pick the stat that you get, but also you get a lot more of the stats off of the tool than you do from the accessories. All right, and so that's how we're going to acquire our profession accessories. Now, are we clear on that, chat? Drop a message in chat, let me know. Are we clear? Is that handy? Is that helpful? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. All right, and we are back. So, are we all clear on profession equipment? I'm going to take that as a yes. And if you guys are watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know. Is all this clear? Is it helpful? Is there anything I'm missing? Is there anything you'd like me to cover? Twitch, YouTube, let me know. Let me know, folks. I'm doing this all for your guys' benefit. So, so if I'm not helping out, let me know. But okay, I think the next thing we're gonna look at, and I think I forgot to enable the add-on. Is an add-on called WeeklyKnowledge. I think probably what we'll need to do is actually level up the profession. I think probably what we should do at this stage is just start leveling up tailoring a little bit. Let me see if I have a profession guide open. Oh, we have our Auctionator scan running. At least I think it was running. Boom. All right, Weaver Cloth. Now, the rank 2 is actually... is it actually all cheaper than the rank 1? Yeah, that's strange, but let's do it. So we need about 200 Weaver Cloth. Oh, I probably need to transfer more gold onto this dude. Let's pull some gold out of the war bank. So we're sitting at about 18 million in the war bank there. I think let's do another... Should we try and see if we can do this under 10,000 gold? I know we were discussing in chat earlier about doing like a 10,000 gold challenge and seeing how far we could get. Maybe this is the character for that. Because we spent about 100 gold on just learning the professions and... I mean, yeah, more or less just that. But okay, so we'll come over. We'll need to buy... We need to buy a good amount of Weaver Cloth. I'm wondering if we would actually want to spend our first 6,700 gold on Weaver Cloth, though, to level up tailoring. Probably, right? Let's hear. Are Weaver Cloth bolts profitable to craft our own? They're really not. Okay, so we wouldn't actually want to buy that much Weaver Cloth. We just need enough Weaver Cloth to unravel, and I think it gives us skill till about 10. So we really need 5. We need 50. We need 50 Weaver Cloth to get started with. Let's go ahead and buy that. Oh, I'm just realizing I don't have Trade Skill Master enabled, so it's not going to track this. Oh, well. Oh, we actually managed to... On complete accident, I listed the light parchment to show you guys as an example of how to sell things with Auctionator, and it actually sold. I mean, I don't think it was profitable, but hey, it is what it is. But okay, let's go ahead and open this. I feel really weird opening mails without Trade Skill Master enabled because I'm like, it's not going to track that. It doesn't know, but we have Journalator enabled, so it's good enough, I suppose. But okay, basically what we're doing now is we're trying to get to 25 skills so I can explain to you guys how knowledge points work as well as how the talent trees work. All right, are we all clear? Are we on the same page? Am I saying anything confusing? Well, I guess so. So what I would say is before you level up your profession, what you're going to want to do is grab your profession equipment. The reason being is because even while you're leveling, you can proc things like resourcefulness or multicraft or benefit from the bonus skill that you have. Now, in most cases, you would probably have to hit the auction house and, pick up those items from there. Given the fact that I craft these items and sell them profitably, I'm just going to pull them out of my guild bank. I don't think I quite have... I don't have them in the right specs, which is not great. I don't know. I'm wondering if we should just wait and do this on a Wednesday stream, the actual profession leveling and things like that. I think we should probably cover knowledge points, which we can probably do on another character. Can I? This is so many characters. Let's go ahead and just hide all these. I'm gonna have to come back in and check all these. But I think just for simplicity's sake, so that I can explain this add-on, it's probably worth it for us to disable these. But okay, the final add-on that now the next two systems that we need to cover. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we'll come back to specializations. We'll check that out on another character. Maybe I should go ahead and boot up my second WoW account so we can swap to that. Now, one of the other additions in the War Within profession system is the crafting order system. And if you're not familiar with how this works, I will link a video. I will drop a link in the description to a video that explains exactly how the another addition since Dragonflight in the profession system is the crafting order system. I'll have a link in the description to my video where I recap exactly how the crafting order system works. But as a crafter, the important things to know is that there are a couple different windows. There's a couple different tabs in the crafting orders window. First and foremost, we have the public crafting orders, which are basically crafting orders placed by other players, where they're looking for someone to craft these items for them. I don't know why my interface is glitching out, but it is what it is. And so these, you're limited to being able to do 4 of these every 24 hours, and you can make a little bit of gold here. The next tab we have is for guild crafting orders, similar to the first one, works that way. And the final one is the personal crafting orders, and this is basically when customers specifically want you to make the item for them. And you can find customers for this either through trade chat or through primarily through trade chat. I'll have a separate video covering an add-on that you can use and that I've used to get over 1 million gold worth of crafting orders. If that video is out yet, I'll link it in the description below. But okay, the most important window and the biggest change in the War Within is this tab here called Patron Crafting Orders. These have also been called NPC Crafting Orders, and this is a completely new system in the War Within, where basically different NPCs will raise crafting orders that are completely RNG determined to players on basically on a daily basis seems to be what the lockout is. So every day at server reset time, at daily reset time, is when these refresh. Now, these crafting orders come in all sorts of different forms. Some of them include the materials, or include some of the materials like this one. Some of them include no materials. Like this one, where you can see here by the by the fact that by this little icon here, that this doesn't include any of the materials, and so we would have to provide all of these materials. Now, the reason that we want to complete these patron crafting orders are for two reasons. Well, I suppose technically there could be more reasons. Well, two of the main reasons that we would want to complete these patron crafting orders. One is because they reward some really interesting items that primarily only come from crafting orders, from patron crafting orders. The first is Artisan's Acuity. The second is these finishing crafting reagents that give additional skill. And I think we mentioned these earlier in this video. But basically, this is going to be one of your best ways to acquire additional Artisan's Acuity. And if you don't want to spend gold on them, then also to acquire these finishing reagents that give you bonus skill. The other very important things that the other very important thing that comes from these patron crafting orders are these items that give you bonus knowledge points. The reason this is important is because knowledge points are extremely important for War Within Professions, but also because with each knowledge point that you gain from these items, you'll also get another 5 Artisan's Acuity. And so this item right here, by completing this crafting order, we would not only get this finishing reagent that we could either sell for 200 gold on the auction house or use for our own crafts, but we would also get this item that gives us 2 knowledge points as well as 10 Artisan's Acuity. The other reason we would want to complete these patron crafting orders is because these will count towards our weekly quests, which will not only give us some experience, but also give us a few more knowledge points on a weekly basis that also come with our own Artisan's Acuity at a rate of 1 knowledge point, gives 5 Artisan's Acuity. Right? Handily Craftsim is also great because you can also hit the craft queue button right here. And if you've got the Craftsim craft queue here, you can use this to pick up all of the mats that you need to complete this crafting order off the auction house. But okay, that's the crafting order system. Are we clear on that? I feel like I'm not hearing much back from you guys in chat, so let me know. Sorry, guys, I was chewing. Jackie Browning joining us on YouTube. What's up? How's it going? Are there special things needed for picking herbs and mining? Yeah. So I may, depending on if you guys are interested, I may put together a separate guide just for gathering professions. I'll be honest, I don't do a lot of gathering myself, so I'm not super comfortable with all the gathering stuff. But the professions work in very much the same way, in that a lot of the things I'm saying are equally relevant. You have profession accessories, profession equipment, I should say, that you want to have at the highest level possible. Skill still makes a difference. You have some slightly different stats for gathering professions that also do matter quite a bit. And you do also have the talent tree system. Unfortunately, you don't have crafting orders. You do have the weekly quests, which will give you some knowledge points, and you do need to worry about Artisan's Acuity, because you still need your Artisan's Acuity to craft, the different profession equipment, the knowledge point books, and the profession bags. But yeah, Jackie Browning, basically those, you need to worry about all these things because you'll then pick better quality materials and also pick more materials every time you mine a herb or skin, I suppose, follows the same thing as well. But yeah, a lot of this will carry over to that. If you're interested, let me know in the chat, and I can slap together a guide to gathering professions as well, like a complete beginner's guide to gathering professions. I decided to go with crafting professions first, mainly because that's how I've made the bulk of my gold, right? Like that's how I got to 40 million gold, is by crafting. Very little of that came from gathering, and so I just thought it'd be more helpful for me to cover crafting professions first. But if you guys are interested, let me know in the chat or in the comments below, and I'll be happy to put together a guide for gathering as well. But okay, we covered crafting orders. I think the last thing I wanted to do was touch on the knowledge points. Now, I'm sure you guys have heard, if you guys have heard anything about professions, you guys may or may not be aware that there are these things called knowledge points in the War Within for each profession. And these knowledge points are basically the equivalent of talent points. The same way your character gains talent points as you level up, you now have basically talent points for your professions. The only thing is that it works slightly different in that you don't get knowledge points by leveling up the profession, at least not directly. So if I had an item that got me straight to 50 out of 100 tailoring skill, I wouldn't necessarily get any knowledge points along with that. The knowledge points instead come from a couple of different sources. The first, and probably the most important, is from something called a first craft bonus. Now, what that means is the first time that you craft an item, you will get 1 knowledge point, and if it's a recipe that you didn't get off of the trainer, you will also get 5 artisans acuity with that recipe. Now, the first craft bonuses are extremely powerful because not only do they give you a knowledge point each, but they also give you a pretty decent amount of experience. A lot of my alts have been able to level to about 73 or 74, as in-game like player level, 73 or 74, simply from these first craft bonuses alone. So it can be a pretty decent way to level up a character as well. But that's the first source, is you'll get knowledge points from doing these first craft bonuses. The second way that you will get knowledge points is, as we mentioned, from completing these patron crafting orders, right? Some of these will reward you with items that will give you either 1 or 2 knowledge points each. Let's see if we can find an example of that. So this one right here will give you this item that will show up in your mailbox after you complete this crafting order. That'll give you 2 knowledge points that you can then use to basically spend in your talent tree for the profession. We'll be taking a look at the talent trees for the professions in a second. But basically, that's how you're going. Those are 2 of the ways that you will get knowledge points. Now, the remaining knowledge points that you get will come from a couple of different sources. One is that you will have these knowledge point treasures that are located all over the map, and there's basically 2 for each zone in the War Within. So each profession will have 2 knowledge point items in the Isle of Dorn, 2 in Halifal, 2 in the Ring and Deeps, and 2 in Ashkahet, which will give you 3 knowledge points each, for a total of 24 knowledge points for your profession. All right, those are fairly crucial. I'll cover how to find them and how to grab those in a second. But that's going to be your second source of knowledge points, is looting those looting those one-time treasures all over the map. Now, the fourth way that you'll get knowledge points is a rep. So, depending on what professions you have, you can basically get 10. You can get 10 bonus knowledge points for basically free. It technically costs 50 artisans acuity, but you get, because of the fact that you're getting 10 knowledge points, you'll get back 50 artisans acuity for buying these books. But basically, at renown level 12 for the Council of Dornogold, you'll unlock the knowledge recipe books account wide for alchemy, blacksmithing, enchanting, and tailoring. At renown level 12 for the Assembly of the Deeps, you'll unlock knowledge point books for mining, engineering, inscription. At renown level 14 for the Halifal Arathi, you'll unlock the knowledge point books for jewel crafting, herbalism, skinning, and leatherworking. So that's going to be another great source of knowledge points. The next way that you can get knowledge points is basically if you come over to the City of Threads, you will have an NPC that sells you a book for each profession that gives you 10 knowledge points in exchange for 565 Kej. And Kej is a currency that you will basically get from doing content in Ashkahet. And it is account transferable, so if you're doing this on an alt, but you have a bunch of the currency saved up on your main, you can very easily transfer it over to your alt and use it to buy the knowledge point books that you need. Those books, however, do not give you any artisan's acuity. Similarly, the knowledge points that you get from the one-time world treasures will not give you any artisan's acuity either. Now, that's where our next add-on comes in. And the next add-on we're going to look at is called WeeklyKnowledge. And this is what that add-on looks like. And what this add-on does is it basically tracks how many knowledge points you have. Now, there is a weak aura called Muse knowledge points as well. I don't have it enabled on this character, so I can't show it to you guys. That's great if you're only doing professions on one character. That's super handy, and I'll leave a link to that as well in the description because I know a lot of people recommend it, and it's a great weak aura. But I'll say two things. First of all, not everyone likes to run weak auras. And second of all, if you're running multiple alts, it can be a little bit harder to track. This add-on is great because of the fact that it doesn't rely on weak auras. But second of all, you can also track, all of your alts' progression, which is super handy as well, especially if you're running multiple characters. Hey, Aiden, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Insightful stream about professions. Thank you. I hope it's helpful. I noticed that there wasn't too much, I very often I'm covering profession stuff, but I haven't really done like a beginner's guide to professions. And so I thought we'd spend this week sort of covering that kind of stuff. So hopefully this is helpful. There's also a great week aura called Muse Knowledge Points Tracker, which is all the remaining weekly knowledge points you can get, and also the city treasure, and also all the treasures in city threads. Yeah, so funnily enough, I'm guessing you sent that message right before I mentioned it. So I mean, Muse Knowledge Points is a great weak aura as well. The only thing is, at least as far as I'm aware, it doesn't really allow you to track alts as well, which, given how alt friendly the War Within is, I'm assuming that most people will probably have at least a couple of alts, and the Weekly Knowledge add-on kind of allows you to do that as well, which is why I'm thinking it may be a little bit better for beginners. Also, because weak auras can sometimes be a little, like, I know I struggled initially learning how to set up weak auras, whereas hopefully an add-on like Weekly Knowledge is a lot easier to set up. But basically, you'll access all these add-ons through either the mini map, right? They'll add little buttons to your mini map, and so you'll have this little button on your mini map, or you can type /WK and access the add-on that way as well. I see. Didn't know about the Weekly Knowledge one. Oh, no worries. Thanks for mentioning it though, because you'd be surprised that sometimes things do slide under my radar, despite how much dang time I spent playing this game. So thank you for letting me know though. But but that's why I'm recommending the Weekly Knowledge add-on to newbies. Is my thinking, at least. I don't know. Let me know if you guys think this is better. If you think it's a better call to go with the weak aura. But this add-on basically has the same features as well. So you'll access it by clicking on the button on your minimap, and then it'll give you an overview like this of all of the different characters you've logged into with the add-on enabled. And at a glance, you'll be able to see what professions they have, how much skill they have in each of the professions, how much of, not only how many knowledge points do they have, but also how many have they spent versus how many they have unspent, which will be in brackets right here. And then how many knowledge points there are in total. So you'll see a profession like leatherworking. There's a total of 800 knowledge points that you would need in order to max out the profession. For something like tailoring, it's a little bit easier because you only need about 670 knowledge points to max out the profession. All right, so this will give you that total. It will also tell you which of the specializations, so which of the talent trees you're all to specialize into. This can be handy at a glance because you can see both of my characters here have tailoring, but maybe one of these guys I want to specialize into. For instance, this guy has specialized entirely, more or less, into Threads of Devotion, which is the armor crafting talent tree for tailoring. This character, however, I may decide to go into From Dawn Until Dusk instead. And so at a glance, I can see, what the builds are for each of these characters. Now, the next column we have here is the uniques, which is the one-time sources of knowledge points. And this was going to be a mixture of, basically all the one-time knowledge point sources. This is going to include the one-time treasures as well as the knowledge point books from all the different sources that we covered a second ago. Then the next column we have here is the Algari Treatise. Now, treatises are an item that basically you can have a scribe craft for you once a week. You can have a scribe craft as many of these as you want, but basically you can use one of these a week for one single point of knowledge in your profession. These do only come from the crafting order systems, so you will need to raise to raise a crafting order to a scribe or a public crafting order in order to get this crafted for you on a weekly basis, but you'll get 1 knowledge point and 5 artisans acuity from crafting this treatise. And so depending on how much you're trying to min-max, you may try and craft that every week as well. The next column has this artisans knowledge points, and this is just this quest right here, right? Some professions have a quest for it, others don't. It really depends on the profession. And this is just letting you know if you've completed that for the week or not. The next one is the treasures column. All right, and what this refers to is that for every profession, there's going to be 2 different items. For every crafting profession, there's going to be 2 different items every single week that you can loot from the regenerating treasures. What I mean by that is as you travel the world, right, each zone has their own regenerating treasures. The first being the dirt piles that sort of show up everywhere, and you can get the knowledge point item for the week. From that, you can get both of them from dirt or from things like Addon. Did you remember any of the names of any of the things? My mind has gone blank right now. To be fair, I've been streaming for like 4 hours. What are they called? In Halifal, you have what is it? I think they're literally called Halifal treasure chests. But okay, each zone has a treasure that you can, a regenerating treasure that are randomly spawned that may or may not show up on your minimap, but you can basically loot 2 items that'll give you knowledge points from those treasures each week. The next column that we have here is gathering, and this is just for gathering professions. Enchanting for these purposes functions as a gathering profession as well, and so this is this is basically will let you know if you've gotten all of the knowledge points that you can get on a weekly basis from your gathering profession. In the case of enchanting, disenchanting is where these come from. And the final one, the second last column we have here is the trainer. And so enchanting works a little bit different in that we don't have a crafting order quest, but instead we have a quest that our enchanting trainer will give us once we hit 25 knowledge points in enchanting. And so this just keeps track of that. The final column that we have here is the catch-up mechanic. And so basically, in the War Within, if you haven't been doing, all of these different sources of knowledge points on a weekly basis, you're probably going to be behind a little bit. So most professions have all professions have a catch-up mechanic. Now, for certain professions, for gathering professions, this will typically come from continuing to gather. So let's say you're a miner. After you've completed all the other weekly sources, primarily basically completing the quests, completing the treasures, and completing, in the case of enchanting, the trainer quest, you will then be eligible to have these catch-up points drop for you. For enchanting, they come from disenchanting. So basically, once you've gathered all of your other weekly knowledge points, you can then just keep disenchanting to get your catch-up knowledge points, which is by far the easiest profession to get the catch-up knowledge points for. For other crafting professions that have crafting orders, these are the knowledge points that you will get from your patron crafting orders, and they show up as a flicker of whatever profession you have, knowledge. So for tailoring, they're called Flicker of Tailoring Knowledge. And basically, you'll complete this crafting order and you'll get one of these. And this is how you'll slowly work your way towards it. What that means is someone who has been on top of all of their, tailoring quests since, on top of all of their tailoring knowledge points since week 1, won't have these crafting orders show up for them. Instead, this will only show up for players who have, who are behind on their knowledge points. And this last column here gives you an indication of how many of these you're still eligible for. All right. Other features that this add-on has is if you hit this checklist button right here, it will pop up a window like this that basically then not only shows you the specific location of each of the unique treasure points and each of the different knowledge points, but also gives you an idea of your progress towards each of them and gives you the location of them. The other really nice feature this has is that you can then mouse over the end right here, and if you click on this, it will add a Blizzard pin to your map that will show you where you can go to get that knowledge point. This is particularly handy for the treasures, right? The one-time treasures. So for instance, enchanting has a treasure that's located right here, and you can see if we come down to let's first open this let's scroll down to enchanting, and we come to silver Dornagle rod, right? We'll click on this one and you'll see it's added a waypoint right here, which we can then follow on our map to come to the silver Dornagle rod. And this is the same way it works for all the other books and for all the other knowledge point sources as well. So super handy little add-on. There is a weak aura called Muse weak aura tracker, and you can use that as well. It functions much the same. It just doesn't allow you to check for other characters. Yeah, I was gonna go into knowledge points, but I think we may be better served by doing that next stream. What do you guys think? I'm thinking we may wrap up the stream here, to be honest, or start to wrap it up. We're not complete. We're not all the way done. I still need to go through Craftsim options, I'm realizing. But I think we more or less covered the knowledge points, right? Is there anything is there anything more to really say about knowledge points? I mean, I think we covered that you're going to spend these knowledge points on the various profession talent trees. But I think we'll basically in the next video is when we'll cover knowledge. We'll cover the profession talent trees in more depth in the next video, because those are a little bit more complicated and a little bit more specific to each profession. But suffice it to say, you basically need as many knowledge points as you can possibly get so that you can ideally max out as many of these talent trees as possible, and get as much bonus skill and as many secondary stats as possible to craft this, which should hopefully increase your profit margins. I think the only last thing that I want to touch on is the options for Craftsim, just so that I can edit at least a little mini guide to Craftsim, with everything we recorded today. But basically, if we hit the options button, there's a bunch of different options in here. These are all personal preference. I like to check most of these, except for hiding the mini-map button, because I like having the mini-map button. But this is the settings that I use for the first tab, the general tab of Craftsim. We come to modules, again, up to you. Profit calculations, again, up to you. Interestingly enough, it looks like if we only have Auctionator installed, it automatically defaults to Auctionator. So, yeah, if you guys have more, so I guess we don't need to cover linking this up, but if you use any other pricing source add-ons, like let's say Trade Skill Master or any of the others out there, in the options menu here, you'll have a drop-down menu that'll allow you to select which one to use. Now, as you can see here, Craftsim supports Trade Skill Master, Auctionator, Recrystallize, or Ouroboros Exchange. So you could use any of those. I personally find Auctionator to be the simplest and the easiest to set up, because, like I said, you don't need to have any outside of game clients. You don't need to update it all the time. You'll just need to make sure that you scan the auction house every time you log in, which is something I'd recommend doing in any case. But okay, that's more or less in terms of options, right? Is there anything else to say with the other options? I don't think there's really anything else to say with the remaining options. I mean, I think we showed what these look like. You're good at just leaving these at their default, to be honest. But okay, so chat, do we have any questions? Is everything clear? Yeah, especially if anyone's looking for this as like a beginner gold maker, I would love to hear from you if this sort of a guide was helpful, or if you'd like me to break things down even further, or there's any other topics you'd like me to cover. I mean, so on Wednesday's stream, we're going to be going through the actual talent trees and doing like the beginner build that I recommend everyone have at least one of, which is going to be tailoring and enchanting. And we're basically going to be doing a profession. Well, yeah, we'll most likely be doing a profession equipment build and then a disenchanting build in enchanting, and also looking at how much gold we can make with the concentration crafts, given that. But yeah, we'll do a deeper dive into all of that on Wednesday's stream. Yeah, did we cover all the add-ons as well? I think we covered all the add-ons. We covered weekly knowledge. We covered everything. So I think I think we trained the professions. So overall, on today's stream, we covered Auctionator. We covered Journalator. We covered Bagonator to a certain degree. We covered Craftsim, at least a beginner's guide to using Craftsim, and I think the most important modules. We covered weekly knowledge as well. What else? We went through the initial setup for a profession in the War Within, right? To the starting quests. We did a quick overview of the crafting order system. We covered in depth all of the crafting stats, what they mean, how you get more of them, why you want them, etc. We covered finishing reagents and optional reagents, right? We covered all of those. We covered item quality. What else did we cover? We covered knowledge points and knowledge point sources. We covered profession equipment. We covered crafting orders. We didn't quite cover the specifically the talent trees, but like I'm saying, that was just because it's so specific to each profession. But I think we covered why knowledge points are important, how to get them, right? The weekly sources of them. Is there anything else I'm missing? Anything else we covered on stream today? But yeah, so I think that's more or less it. What else? We got another sub. We got another sub. Thank you kindly to Little J3 on Twitch. So very, very much appreciate that. We got a follow, and yeah. Hopefully this was helpful to you guys. I would love to find out if you're watching live, drop a message in chat. Let me know if this kind of stuff is helpful to you, or if you're watching the video later on. Let me know in the comments below. If this kind of content is helpful, if this is what you like to see. And again, like I said, if there's anything else you would like me to cover in specific, otherwise, I will see all of you lovely, lovely people on Wednesday's stream. As always, just a brief reminder, if you guys are watching live on Twitch, subbing right now, we have Twitch drops enabled. So if you sub to the channel, not only do you help me out and get me closer to replacing my janky headset here, but you'll also get 3 months of Discord Nitro completely for free. Which is great. You'll also get 5 tickets for the giveaway on Friday's stream, where we're giving away the gummy pet, which is basically only available to people who live in the US or who are able to buy things in the US. I don't, but I was able to snag some codes for us. So, yeah, so especially for EU players, right? Anyone who's playing from Canada or Asia, wherever you are. If you don't live in the US and you're trying to figure out how to get yourself that pet, or if you're interested, you can also choose a limited edition tabard that isn't available to everyone. It's only available if you bought the specific candy that you get the pet from a specific store. Then you can choose the tabard as well if you do win. But that's what we have coming up on Friday's stream. Beyond that, check out the YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much. Please drop a sub, right? YouTube subs really help me out as well. We're trying to grow the YouTube. Check out Twitch, check out YouTube, check out the x.com/Twitter, right? Check out the Discord. I know people told me I don't plug that enough. Heck, if you sub, you can not only sub to the channel, get Discord for free, you'll have Discord Nitro for free for 3 months, which you can use to then go check out our Discord, right? It's just all win. But okay, that said, yeah, check out all the things, interact with the social media, please. It really does help your boy out. With that said, we're going to wrap up the stream here. Thank you so much, everyone. May the RNG gods be ever in your favor. Have fun out there. Hope you guys make a bunch of gold. And I will see all of you lovely people again on Wednesday at basically about 4.5 hours before whatever time it is in your time zone right now. All right. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe out there. Have fun. Bye-bye.